Hello. So I'm back to play some more Islanders New Shores. Last time I left Island 5, heading into Island 6, and now we're picking the island and the building that we want to go to. You might also already see that I have the wisp bounces up on screen because I think it's such an easy option. I'm seeing nothing in particular on this side, it's just a regular old tundra, and this side having a wisp on the statue. So wisps, if ever you play a statue or a building that scores off of the building that has the wisp on it, it pulls the wisp onto the new building and gives it plus 5 points. Even if that's a negative scoring, it will still do so. So a statue, anything can score with it. You get it onto the first building that you put beside the statue. 5 points isn't that much, but if you combo a bunch of buildings together, it can be worth a lot over the course of a game. Last time, I think I got up to around like 300 and some points with it. And because some of those are also early game points, it means that I got to my building pack break points easier. Now, it does incentivize me playing things that like being beside each other, because then it's easy to bounce the wisp off of it. That means that like a pack of houses or a pack of city centers early on is something that it wants me to do, but it's not something that I feel comfortable doing because of last time, how many points I got from each mansion, each house, each everything being beside like 3 wall platforms or 3 city centers, plus the amount of shamans or masons. I need to set those up for late game. The wisps cannot be played on houses early. Like I'll get maybe 16 or 17 points per because it's beside a city center and a few other houses. That's 20 points, like loss per house if I'm playing them for the other strategy. If I need the points, I'll do so, but I don't want to exactly. Now, the buildings underneath, I don't feel like I care much for either of them. The pyre, you can get these guys up to like 40 or 50 points because I think you need to play them like far away from each other in the city centers. The further you do, the more points they get, as long as they're still within range of each other. And then the harbor pack is going to help my lighthouses and I think they play off of maybe houses or mansions. I haven't played enough with them to remember their scaling. But because, again, no building or no modifier here, I am completely fine to just take the wisp at the beginning. This run is going to take so long, by the way. My highest island yet, I mean, every island is now, with a wisp, I'm going to be thinking way too much about the game. Okay, we've got 5 boons to collect, and let me take a look at what island we've got so far. So it's going to be difficult to place a bunch of houses beside each other with this many ridges. What would I want to place beside this statue up here? This definitely feels like my industry island. Like I have... Oh. But if it's my industry island, I'm placing my masons down over here, which means that I want my warehouse to go here at the end. And then my market isn't beside it. I guess I can take that 20-point loss. I'm thinking that this is industry island. If I get any verdure, it goes down over here and I make more trees. It could then... But if I make my hermitage go over here beside all of my industry, then it's not as good. I could maybe make my hermitage go out here on like a water platform or a plateau. Like last time I didn't have any reason to play water platforms because I had enough ground, but here I'm going to need it. If I played on industry, it might be a bit difficult to get it across the gap to where I would want to be playing my... Well, is this where I'd want to be playing my residential district? This seems like the place that I play verdures, and then I play a bunch of parks. And then where would my hop field and mills go? I'm going to open up the first pack and see if that gives me any like insights into what I want to do. Okay, a brick maker or a brewing pack. If I play a brewing pack, I can instantly get the wisp onto the hop field and easily. If I play a brickmaker pack, I would maybe need to play a brickyard right here and then a sand pit to be able to pull it. And that brickyard still might not have enough space. I mean, I could use the pyre to do so, but nothing's like getting points based off the pyre yet. So that's just like putting the wisp in the dirt. The brewing pack pulls the wisp onto the hop field, but how do I get it off the hop field? Oh, with the brewery. How do I get it off the brewery? Late game buildings. That doesn't happen. So I'm inclined to take the brickmaker pack, get the wisp onto the brickmakers, and then eventually pull it off through a mason, and then from that mason onto other buildings. Let me say I get like a seaweed farm. Can I get And like, is there any way that I get this wisp onto a nearby seaweed farm down below? I'd have to point a farm in this direction and maybe it picks it up, and then I'm losing my 6 points from the farm being like pointed towards inland. And then I'm also losing the distance of the net for any seaweed fields being able to pick up points on the seaweed farm. So I don't think I want to play it off the seaweed farms, and that's also a hard building to pull it off of. Maybe I can get it onto a brewery, but then that's mid-game buildings that I'd have to pull it onto. So I'm leaning towards Brickmaker Pack. Now, a brickyard here is going to... Oh, if it's not in range here, then that's going to be rough. Because, like, up here, I think I'd have to point a sandpit in the direction, yeah, to, like, even have a chance of hitting the brickyard. And then that feels like too much of a point loss to try to get the wisp out and about. Okay, so I've got undos. I can try placing buildings first just to see what this would look like. This gets me an extra 5 points right now. And I would have to eat the loss of another... How many points? Can that get in range? No. I'd have to eat just about all of, like, the sandpit points to get this one down. And then I'd have to play a sandpit beside this one to be a... I think it's a -3? -4 for being beside it. So then, while the wisp has gotten out onto the sandpits, I'm not really able to... Or, it's not that I'm not really able to. I haven't... I've gimped myself so much by playing sandpits that, like, don't get me as many points. If this is scoring 15 compared to this scoring 11, and then my next one is scoring 12 as opposed to it still scoring 15, this brickyard is getting how many fewer points from being placed beside less sandpits? It's like every sandpit that it could be beside is an extra 3 points. If I'm playing it up here, I'm getting 3 from the statue base and then 5 from the wisp. If there was a spot that I could somehow get it to here to get it to hit the 14 points, I would play it in a heartbeat, because then my sandpit could be a lot further away, still get the points, and hit the brickyard. Let me zoom in and see if I can angle anything properly, or if it's just way too far away. Yeah, because like as soon as it glitches up... Oh, even here, if it's up on the ridge, it still needs to be pretty close. Okay, yeah, I think I'd have to play a brickyard up here if I want that to work then. And this feels like the spot that gets it over the furthest. So I take an extra 8 points on this brickyard as opposed to like the 9 that I could from the sandpits nearby. And then this one, I take a loss of 1 point to get the wisp out here, and the brickyard isn't all that bad. And a brickyard far away means that future brickyards are going to be beside more of my sandpits without being beside my other brickyards. So I'm kind of fine with this, all things considered. It feels like a weird line, but it gets my wisp out and about, and my next pack is going to give me more brickyards and sandpits, so I know I'm going to be able to continue bouncing the wisp around. So I'll place my sandpit here for 14, like I had. There. Okay. 2 wisp bounces, and before I go on to the next round, I want to see what this sandpit looks like. I can get it for 16 points. If I put it all the way in the back corner, that would mean that my brickyards would want to be, like, congested to this side of the map. Then my next sandpit would go here to pick up only the sandpit behind it and the wisp, so then this is still worth 15 points. Well, sorry, it's worth 16 points. And then my sandpits can be a lot closer together, because then I can build them in groups of 2s instead. So the wisp isn't doing much, but congesting my sandpits together, which is a good thing for later on, don't get me wrong, but it's not giving me too many points now. I mean, I've already committed to it. I've already pulled it onto the brickyard. I just need to go with it. Let's see what the next building pack is, though. A verdure. These guys, I think, only scale off of, like, the trees on the ground. There's no way that I can get a wisp onto the tree, and statues. So I could have used the verdure around the statue as a way to pull it off instead. But then, what does it go onto? It goes onto, like, a tree. What do I do to get it off the tree? A park? A lumberjack. That could have also been it. I think I am going to take verdure over a brewing pack just so I can set up for lumberjack packs in the future. And the brewing pack, I would want to somehow bounce the wisp onto the hop field before using it. Before using like the 5 or 6 hop fields that I'll have, or not that I will have, that I want to have, and that I get an extra 30 points off of all the hop fields. We'll take the verdure. That's a lot of these buildings and a few verdures. I'm fine with that. I'll probably get more of these as the game progresses, but more sand pits and brickyards means I'm going to be getting a lot more points off of this wisp, and that's a good feeling to me. We'll put this guy here. Does that take up like a minimal amount of space? Is it better to play him out in front? Because like I'm wondering if any building wants to go back here in the future. A brickyard maybe, so that it's outside of the range of the other ones, then all of my masons are collected here. I don't know. I feel comfortable in doing this, pushing it further back. And then I pick up just this guy. Yeah, like this. Hopefully. That doesn't work. Unless I take a point reduction of getting less, like, sand collected. Which I don't want to do, so I'll undo this guy and replace him. Now I could place a brickyard instead, so I don't have to put so many of my sand pits in the corner or play, like, what I feel is an awkward sand pit. It sucks that there's not enough space for another one here, and if there is enough for one sideways, but then it just doesn't get any points because there's no sand in front of it. Am I fine with playing this one for 14 points to keep my sand pits, like, taking up less beachfront property? What am I playing on a beachfront property? Brickyards, maybe warehouses. I don't think anything else. I don't think I need to be worried about this beachfront property. I'm going to play it for 16 points right here. The next sandpit then picks it up for hopefully 16. There's a 16 location. Can I get it at this angle? I can. What about this one? I think that's where I place it then. And then this next one can be anywhere beside it, or it can be in front of it. I think I'm liking beside, and then a brickyard can go... Yeah, there can be some that go here, and then some that go here in the future. One can go up top to get all sets of, like, the 3 sand pits that I want to be building. So in front, if we get 16 points, it has to be moved down a bit. It might stitch itself back up to be in line with the other sand pit. It does not. They don't do those. Okay, next building pack. A city pack or brewing pack. The earlier I take cities, the more houses and mansions I get, but I'm not ready for them yet. I can't score off of them yet. Yeah, I don't want to take the hit in points. I feel like when I take the city pack is like around the first boon pip. That might be too late, but like, again, I really want to go for that level up play. No, I'd have to take the city pack like 2 or 3 building packs beforehand so that I can stack up some city centers. I'll take the brewing pack. We get yet another brickyard. Okay, so now if I'm placing brickyards off of each other, the wisp is going to mitigate the point loss for having brickyards be beside each other by 3. So I can realistically place 1 here, 2 here, and then place a 3rd one over here to continue passing the wisp along. So I want to place these guys over as far as I can, I think. Or no, I'd place them as low as I can so that these guys in the future can hit the sand pits without hitting the brickyards. Like this. It does mean that my masons are all going to have to be here if they want to be beside all of the brickyards. And my warehouse might go here to be in the middle of everything. Do I use that space up there, like beside the statue, as like where I'm placing all my hop fields again? I think so. There's no way to get it up onto the hop fields yet. The only way to get, the wisp onto the hop fields is through the brewery. The only way to get it onto the brewery is through a warehouse. Oh, that would be rough to get the wisp back over there. Would it have been better to have not? No, no, because it's so hard to get it off and onto the brewery. Like the wisp. If this was my first one that I put it on instead of the brickyards, it's much further into the game that I'm able to pull the wisp off and do more interesting things with it again. Um, yeah, I'll make it take up the least space possible. And then this guy goes here, actually. I'm fine with having them side by side, and then these guys in the future can hit the sand pits without hitting either of the brickyards. Maybe. They'll at least be able to hit the 2 front sand pits. If I had a bit more space to play out down here, I think it would be better. So that's something that I should do in the future, is not putting my sand pits in a place that takes up the least amount of space possible, but I move them forward a bit. I think I got locked into that because I placed this sand pit so close to the other one. If it had been moved down a bit more, this guy has more range to move forward because it's not being, it's not taking a -4 from this sand pit. So slight misplays, not things that I could reasonably, like, understand at this point in the game. Is that enough points to... Oh, it's not enough points to get to the next round. Is there any way that I play the brickyards in a way that gets me that many points? No, because I'd need to bounce the wisp off of it. Let me also count those 2 wisp bounces. Because every building, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 buildings I've played so far. So I miscounted one. Yeah, 1 wisp bounce, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I just play a hop field to get me to the next round. The verdure has a chance of going up here and being good. Because if I'm playing my hop fields, I would play my parks here. But if I play my parks here, then my monument doesn't like being beside the hop fields. But I could play the hop fields down low, the parks up high, and a monument over here. This is also Island 6, so I'm expecting 2 monuments. So I'd have to play 1 monument here, 1 monument maybe here, and it hits all the parks, or that's too far away, maybe here works. But then it feels like I'm... Okay, last time I saw how much space all of my mills took up. They're going to need to take up this amount of land or more. If I play my hop fields here as, like... I'm thinking. This still isn't even enough space. Maybe? I'm seeing, like, the lava coming down here as water, you know? Ooh. Okay, I do need to keep in mind that lava is all mountains. There's no, like, specific good spots for wall platforms. There's no, like, right angles that I can build on the cliffside. So maybe taking the wisp wasn't worth it, and tundra is just giving me, like, a better base to build off of. Okay, I'm still going to place a hop field here to get me the points that I need to move to the next round. I think that playing hop fields beside the statue is the way to go. I can think about future buildings when they come up. A city pack or a lumber pack. I'm still not ready for a city pack. I guess I'm not ready for a lumber pack either because I don't have verdure, but... If I'm playing a hermitage not around any of my hop fields or my wheat fields, maybe I get to play my wheat fields over here. Where would I even play my wheat fields? Should I have made my hop fields out here instead? Hold on. Because I can still undo the hop field that I placed. If I put my hop fields out here in no man's land, I could place my breweries on water platforms, maybe here. I don't want to have to use a plateau for them. And then the tavern can be beside this is like where I'm planning my residential district to be. That works, but it isn't great. I think I'd rather take the +5 points from having them all be beside the statue. Where do my lumberjacks go? Lumberjacks down here could be pretty good. If I could get some more trees into them. Doesn't feel like a lot. You can't add fish in a lava area. I mean, that checks out. That makes sense. Oh, this is also going to be difficult. I'm going to have to get 2 panoramas of both of the islands that I'm building. Because there's 2 to work off of. Man, I'm really not liking this island generation compared to the last one. feels a lot more difficult to plan for the future. It's too hard to add more trees up here, so it's not worthwhile to put lumberjacks here because I can't make dense trees. I could possibly put lumberjacks over here, but that puts them in the middle of nowhere. They could be worth a lot of points. Let me see how many trees are here. 13 total, and like each verdure is going to add around 7 to that max if I get lucky. So then I could have like 30 point or 40 point lumberjacks here. Compared to, I mean, this is a lot of trees as well, and then I also have places for my sawmills easily, because I don't think the sawmills are going to be so big that they might not fit on these hexagons. So I play verdures down here to get as many trees as possible. Do the flowers do anything? Not really. But then my parks aren't as good. Because, like, I wanted to have a spot specifically for parks, like last time, getting them 30 points. I mean, they could be worth it, being beside the hop fields, up here, the statue, and the flowers. But then my parks are taking up the space near the statue, not hop fields that get an extra 4 points, or wheat fields that get 5. Or houses that feel like they can... Well, no, the houses are around the same as the parks. I'm gonna take... I could re-roll through this, but I don't think I'm gonna get more re-rolls, and I kind of want to save this for like a better island choice on the next run. I'll take a city pack. It's a lot of houses. Okay, points to get to the next round. I would need to score 54. The best brickyard that I can place gets me, I think it was up here. No, that's only 7 now. So then this guy over here giving me 11 would also help score the sand pits. And it pulls the wisp into a new location. Okay, so that's 11 points. These 3 hop fields are going to be worth 11, 13, and 15, which is 39. Okay, 39 plus 6 gets me to 45. I would need this guy to score 15 to get me to the next round. So I could play 1 verdure somewhere, and that gets me enough points. Or I could play 2 verdures and not play that brickyard yet, which I like. That means that I need to commit to where my verdures are going, but first I can play my hop fields, just as a way to get them, like, out of my consciousness. I don't need to think about where I'm placing the hop fields. They just have already been placed. Now, this guy has been sucked underground a little bit because he wants to be in line with this guy. This one is too far out, and that is not happening. If I place you, are you going to be pushed over the edge? No, you don't get pushed over the edge in those cases. If I misalign you, maybe that could work. Let's see if I do it like this, if I have enough space to play a hop field in this direction. Not where I'd want to, so I think I play a hop field here instead. To maximize my space. Then I have space to play one down here in the future, which leaves me enough space to play this, I think. If I put you at an angle, can I slot you in? I mean, I can start. There was no way that I could push this one further back, right? I mean, I could make a bit more space on the outside by having him come down like this. Does he get sucked in? He does get sucked in, so there's no way that I can get this guy to be any closer here. Am I taking up too much prime real estate from, like, where my wheat fields should be going beside the statue? I feel like the wheat fields like this plateau better. So it'd be 1 and 2. If we place this one down, if I get really lucky, I might be able to find a 15-point verdure somewhere. So let me see. This is scoring minus 30. If I find a 15-point somewhere here, then it means... Here. Let's get minus 10 points. I don't know if verdures are worth 15 points in lava areas. It's hard to tell for sure. So I'm looking for 10 points here. I mean, if I place it by the statue, I might get 15 points somehow. There's 15. There's 16 even. It puts more greenery here, which I don't want, because this isn't where my lumberjacks should be going. But it gets me to the round in one usage of a building. I still would rather place verdure in a place that I'm going to be using it. Okay, if hop fields are up here, I could have this be my green area. All of my parks go down here. Hermitages go in the middle. And then monuments go down here to capitalize on the parks. I like that. I like that. If I could really wait for it, I could wait for plateaus to place my city centers on top of, and then my houses sprawl out from the plateaus and maybe water platforms that surround them. And then wall platforms are where I place my houses, so I don't have to worry about any of the islands as, like, residential locations. Let me place the inner one first. Does that feel like enough space for another hop field? Hold on. Let me try lining this up. They're slightly bigger if they were to be out like this. Okay, so if I place this guy sideways, I mean, he's got more than enough space, but he goes underground. How far am I allowed to place this guy in? It's like right on this corner. Yeah, that still feels like enough space to play another one at an angle. Could also do this and then maybe find a way to somehow shimmy this guy in. Yeah, like that. Okay, we'll play the outside one first as a safer pick. No wisp bounces recently. Terribly sad. And again, I haven't gotten many points off of them because I could have placed these brickyards in places that don't play off of each other. Granted, they'd be more spaced out, and that's not as good for the future, but there's no benefit that it's given me, no tangible benefit that it's given me yet. Or if so, it's very minimal. 10 points to put 2 flowers all the way up there. I'd rather get more trees, I think. No, but trees can be deleted easier. Flowers are worth more points. Okay, I think I have to take this as the best. It spawns all 4 flowers and it spawns 2 trees. If I walk it further in this location to save more spaces for verdure, because, like, verdure doesn't like being placed on top of flowers. I don't know. I was using verdure also to spawn more trees for the lumberjacks, because, like, that was a set of points that I wanted. And there's, like, no good spots to place verdure over here. I mean, there's some in the corners. We've got one. And maybe a second one. It spawns 3 trees. No? Okay. If I place the verdures over here to spawn trees for the lumberjack camps, that gives me the possibility for more early points, and then the second verdures that I use, I can place down here for the parks. I think I like that better. This is where my lumberjacks will go, because there are quite a lot of trees here. Now I just need to focus on how I'm spawning the trees in, so let me put it on a location that, like, has open space, so I can see where the trees would pop up. There's a group of 4 here. There's just 1 down there. There's another 1 solo. So I should focus on the 4 trees that are spawning in this group right here. Which I can spawn down below, I think here. I can spawn 3 of them, 1 tree up top. And it's only worth 7 points, meaning because it's on a flower. It would normally be worth 12. If I pull it back, then it's not spawning enough of the trees. Or is it? It spawns 3 trees. If I move it up more, it spawns more. That will make lumberjacks better in the future. It's difficult. Let me try putting the 4 trees up on this ridge. Did they not have any space to do so? Did I just get the rotation wrong? Let me find that again. Okay, so the 4 are like above me currently. Yeah, there just isn't enough space between the trees to spawn more of them here. I think I'm not getting a better one than like the 11 points here. There's no way that I eke out an extra tree spawn or anything while not hitting that flower, right? Okay, let me find the 11 again. Let me find where it's spawning the 3 trees. Okay. There in front of me, right there like that. My finger slipped and I hit the wrong button. Is it not rotated properly? I don't think it's... There, that should be rotated. Pretty close to what I need. That's it. There. Okay. And then I have to place my second verdure somewhere over here, spawning as many trees as possible. It has a collection of 5 pretty close to the center. Are there no good spots to place this guy down with all of the trees that he has spawning? Yeah, because I can't play it up here. I can't play it around these flowers. What could be really silly is that if I was building lumberjacks specifically here, and I had a lumberjack, I could use one to delete these 4 flowers, and then I could play a verdure comfortably here. So I can't place one back here. I could place one on this location here, as long as I find enough trees that spawn with it, because that's the goal. Not very many trees that spawn. What about over here instead? 1. That's close to like spawning all of them, but I think their leaves are hitting the tops of the other trees. Why do the trees have to take up so much space? That's pretty good, actually. I was not expecting that. Okay, so I've got 10 right here. Is there any way I can get an extra tree? I could move it further off to the right so that I save space for another verdure like that in the future. Yeah, like over here. Okay, so I just have to play the flowers down below the trees up top, which is fine because this is where my lumberjacks were going. Can I move that even further over here? Okay, nothing in that corner, so I'd have to pick this one for 10 points, wherever I can get that flower to show up. And I mean, I want to get all the trees at the same time. That was the original plan, was to spawn more trees. There for 10 points, and I'm not going to be fussy about it. Okay. Lumberjack or Mason. Masons will allow me to pull that wisp off of the brickyard, and then I can use it to bounce between brickyards without having to have the brickyards beside each other, and that feels better. So we'll take a Mason. We get 1. Okay, so if I play a Mason here, I guess I'd want to place it here for 26 points. Then the next brickyard that I place could be down here to pick up the 2 sand pits. Hold on. The 2 sand pits like this, and the Mason up above it. And sand pits in the future can be all the way over here, getting points off the brickyard, not hitting negatives from being beside each other. More Masons can just go beside these 3 brickyards that I've already placed in the future. Okay, if I want to get enough points to get to the next round, it's 60, which means I need to have 3 buildings that are worth 20. This first Mason, worth 25. Already good. This brewery, already worth more than that, 28, which I said that I wanted to have a hermitage here, so... What? Does a brewery have to be on green land? It has to be on sand. It cannot be on stone. It has to be on sand or on grass. I'm just so used to playing it like on beside the hops fields, which have to be on sand or grass, that I thought that the brewery was a building that could be placed anywhere, but nope. That works, but it's not going to be in range of any of the hop fields that get played in the future. This works, but it gets rid of too much of the space of the hop fields that I want to play in the future, because I'm expecting to get more than 6. Last round, I only got 6, but that felt like an anomaly. If I played up here, I don't care about deleting the greenery, per se, because, like, I want the greenery down here for my hermitages. That's another thing. Do my hermitages care about being on top of green? I think the wall platforms that I've placed them on top have all been green, or like the water platforms that I have, so I can't tell yet. I'm gonna run off the assumption that I can place it here. If I don't, I'll just be mad about it in the future. Don't want to be mad about it with no reason right now. If I play a brewery here, I am able to get in another 1, maybe 2, 3 hop fields down below, and then more up top, but then these up top ones are getting out of range of these guys. That's 25 points plus the 26 points, sorry. Which gets me exactly halfway. Hold on, 26 plus 28. If I don't have to play the brickyard, then I'm kind of fine to do this. 28, 6, 4. It's 5 points off, I believe. Okay, I know that the Mason is going to go down here, so I should just play it. Do I play it on the first ridge, or do I play it on the second ridge? I think the first ridge is going to have more brickyards that are closer to it, so we'll do this guy. Man, if only I had like 2 Masons in the first pack. This would have been so much better. Okay, Mason number 1. That's too much real estate beside the statue for me to take up. I think the best place for my brewery to go is in this corner here. Hop fields can be down here beside it, and it's scaling off of the brewery, not the other hop fields, which it's all right. It's not what I want. I'm also wasting space on this corner by putting them in awkwardly to the side. If I get them locked in here instead, I think that takes up more space for my hop fields than less. Yeah, that feels like it takes up less. If I could rotate him once more and move him back there somehow, that would be better. If I could like clip him underground here a bit, that would be perfect. But that's not happening, so I take what I get. And I need to put a brickyard down in a good location. 24 points isn't bad. Can I get more? No, because I'll hit that brickyard up there. I'm fine with 24 here. It's in range of future sand pits, and it's going to be in range of like all of the Masons that I want to place. Now, the Masons aren't going to be beside the city center. They're just going to be high scoring base amounts. How much does that like hit me in the future for? 4 points per city center. If I do the level up mechanic to be able to get around the big city center hits, then that's fine. But it's also not going to be close to terraces or plateaus if I'm making my industry and my residential separate. This is the first time where I'm trying to make like a heavy residential district while playing sand pits and brickyards at the same time. I think I take the base points on it now, and if I need masons to like get me better points in the future, then I'll place them specifically beside my residential areas without like placing them here. It'll have to be a this or that, not a this and that situation. That is a wisp bounce though. Now we've got the lumberjack or the farming pack. I think the farming pack is going to get us more points up here. The lumber pack, it's got a possibility of hitting like 20s or 30s so far, but I don't have my last verdure that I want to place. So I'm going to take a farming pack. There's another mason. So if I get it to score off of this brickyard alone, it's not enough. I would make it take the minus from being beside the other mason. 26 feels fine. If I were to place it beside 2 city centers, it's the city centers would have to be beside each other. That's minus 45 points. I can't realistically do that yet. Am I gonna have to concede and place like 1 city center down beside these buildings? Might. I'm gonna take a panorama of this before I start doing that though. Okay, so I have the possibility of bouncing my wisp a few more times because I've got a mason and a mill. I can put that onto the wheat fields, and that's probably enough points to get me to the next round. If I put the mason high enough, it can be in range of where I put them. Oh, it's a short range. And I can't build my wheat fields out here. It's going to get rid of too much of the plant matter. I mean, does that strictly matter? The hermitage is the one going down. No, I was thinking about putting... If parks go up here, that's not really enough green space to make them worthwhile. They would need to go down here to make them better. I mean, they are beside a few hop fields. They could be beside a few more to make my monuments nice. I would still prefer to place my parks down here. I'm thinking, is it worthwhile to try to get the mason in a bit of an awkward spot to ping the wisp up here, so that I can then get the mill to ping the wisp further up? So let's say like the furthest that it can go with the wisp looks to be about here. I can't undo, so I can just try placing this, and then I can undo that building if I need to. This mill cannot pick it up from here. It could from down here, but then all of the wheat fields that it's beside are not going to be benefiting from the mill at 5 points. I'd need to bounce the wisp instead of putting them beside the mill. That's just not worth the points anymore, and it puts my mason in a bit of an awkward spot. So bouncing the wisp up here right now is still not worth it. I think I might need to play the mill and some of my fields for points. It's rough. It's rough. If I play a mason for 22, I would need to play... What is it? 41 points. I need to have another 29 to get to the next round. A mill gets me 14. The fields would get me 10 each. That's more than enough. Then I don't have to play any of my city buildings yet. It's a pyre scale off of city centers. This doesn't scale off a pyre, does it? No. So I'd want to place this after all of my city centers go down. I think I still am playing this mason here for the base points. I'm not going to worry about a city center yet. If I wanted to place a city center down here for points, that I could, like, maybe get some houses around in future. It messes up with my hermitage spot being in between here and here, because then my city center is too close and my houses are too close. If I put a city center... This is where I start building my houses. I put a city center down here beside all of my masons, and then plateaus out in front of it to make more building space. Then my houses go around this area here, and maybe a few of them get into range of some of the masons. I could maybe place some masons on these cracks in the future. But, like, Oh, if this scored the 1 or 2 extra points that I think it is just 1 point extra that I need, I would commit to placing this city center here. But I need to place another building as well. Don't want to do my houses yet because I want to have like 4 city centers here before I start doing anything. And to place all those city centers with a minimal point loss, either have neighborly, I have a level up, or I just have more masons beside it, so the city centers give more points from base and they can eat that reduction. So to get there instead for points, I could play my mill now. I don't think it's going to be getting any better. I'm not going to get masons around this guy. Oh, I should also count that wisp bounce on the mason that I just made. The mill goes directly beside the statue, right? Then the industry building is as close down as it can be. And then the wheat fields that I'm placing have the most space to be beside the statue and the mill at the same time. Place 1 here, I place 2 here, 3, 4 beside the statue and mill, hopefully. 5, definitely 6, maybe 7, 8, 9, not 10 around it, but still around the statue. I like the mill placement of being aligned on this side right here. That looks pretty flush. Now I'm just going to test like all of the spaces that I wanted. So 1 being here. 2 has to move up a little bit, but I'll manage. 3, 4, 5 doesn't get it. 5, 6, 7, 8. Roughly 8 wheat fields that I can place before having to get them like around a different mill. Would it be better for me to wait for a second mill in the corner? Yes. So kind of like the seaweed fields and farms that I place, where I don't want to have this wheat field that could be hitting a second mill that I place right here take a loss of points. I'm going to place it further to the outside and double check that there's space for a wheat field on the inside. So like this here I feel comfortable with placing. Oh yeah, that fits like just about perfectly. I could eke him in a bit more and a bit further down, which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to align him to the bottom as far as I can and just see if moving him to the right gives me enough space. Let me make this a bit smoother. So like right there. Then there is enough space still here for this guy, which I would have to place. Don't want to do that one yet, so I could do this one. And because this guy can move straight up and past that mill, he actually moves in a bit. I can place this guy here without worry. And he'll like lock into the same grid as this guy, so I don't have to like finagle that position much. Let's add a building pack. Now a shaman or a lumber pack. If I had more, what is it, like space to work with, I'd pick a shaman. No, sorry, if I had the level up boon, like I was talking about in the previous video of I can just eat a bunch of negative points, I would take the shaman and place it by the city centers down here for the houses. But I need some scoring buildings currently, not future scoring buildings, so I'm taking the lumber pack. We get another mason. That's pretty nice because it gives us another bounce, and the mason could be... Is further out any better? I mean, it just takes less of a point reduction for being beside this guy. If I place him up here, he's outside of the range of the other city centers. If I place him here, he's not able to get in range of that brickyard up top, which that sucks that they're just barely out of range. This guy gets back into it, but that's worth 18. This is also worth 18. I'll take this 18 pointer first. Question is, do I play it high like the other ones have been, or do I play it low and save a bit of space? Gonna play it low. It doesn't seem like there's much of a reason to have it like reaching up and into the sky. So there. I think I am gonna have to play one of my city centers for some base points here because the lumberjack that I'm playing is not gonna get me enough points. 32. This is so much better than what I was expecting. I haven't even gotten many verdures, which maybe is something that they scale with like lava islands specifically. Maybe tropical, you get a lot more. That's fun. That's fun. Or just the stats have not been in my favor, not been on my side. So let's say that I place buildings trying to get multiple sets of 30. I would place some here and walk them slowly outwards, and then I would place some 24s like here. Yeah, that works. I like this spot. Even though it's not getting my, like, 32 or 33, or maybe there's a 34 somewhere in the center. The loss of 3 points for a better position for lumberjacks, like leaving more space for future lumberjacks, I like. Now I can either get it to move further into the corner, or I can have it line up better. Let me see what this corner is doing. How far out are you if I do this instead? Not any further, so we do that. We cannot place the sawmill yet. I want more lumberjacks before that happens for sure. So we have to place a city center for some points. I want as much space here as possible to build around me because houses have such a large range. Like this is going to be in range of the city center still. And I also am probably going to double up city centers on this side if I had to guess. So then I want everything to be in, like all of the city centers to be in range of all the masons. That's not going to happen. Like, moving it over this far and then placing a second one here feels like I'm getting rid of too much space on this side for houses to go down. So a city center... here feels like the best to me. Let me try, like, angling this around in a little bit. That is another wisp bounce. So that feels fine. It does misalign these guys in the back a little bit, but I'll get over it. This brickyard I'm not liking anymore because I'd rather have houses take up that space. Okay. I'm hoping, honestly, for a city set. Am I? Because if I get to that first boon pack and I can use my reroll to like dig for either a neighborly or a level up reward so that I can more easily take this hit of putting a bunch of city centers beside each other, then I can start ripping houses and then I'd never have to worry about like, oh, what am I doing to get my next like next building pack, because my houses will just carry me through that. A shaman or a fountain. We have nothing placed for a fountain yet. I have to take a shaman here. We get another verdure and another lumberjack. That's actually great, because this lumberjack was not scaling off of any of these trees over here yet, and I think last time I had like 4 trees that I could place down. I'll look for a spot here, and then I have a lumberjack that's going to get me like 30 points. So then together that is, the verdure is giving me 10, so that's 26. The lumberjack is giving me like 30, so that's 56. So then I have to come up with 24 more points somewhere. I could play a bad city center somewhere, not around these guys, to like get to the next round, or I could concede and just be like, I need to play 1 or 2 houses. I'm going to do it now and take a... But that's a big hit to my points, especially because this is the prime real estate where it's going to be beside like all 4 city centers. Oh... And like I couldn't have reasonably placed a city center out here and like mapped out exactly where this guy was going to be. Maybe I could have, because then if I placed this guy first, I could place houses on the fringes of both of them. This is also nice because my warehouses that go here are going to be beside my residential district. Maybe I can have... Where would my wall platforms be? Mansion, wall platform, mansions, like, so mansion level 1, wall platform, mansions on top of that, wall platform 2, mansions on top of that. There also isn't a precious metal mine from what I can see, so jeweler, question mark? Is there just no jeweler for this run? Right? There's no precious metal mine. You feel like lava is always either like fire or earth, and both of those are usually like the elements of jewelry, you know? They link together well. You feel like this would be the spot that you would be mining for the rare earth metals. That isn't the case. I could look for some base point shamans instead to get me to the next pack. 23 isn't what I want to see. I'd want to see some more. Is there any way I can place him like in the center of a volcano to block all of his rays? That would be pretty cute. 28 ain't half bad. Ooh, 34 is even better. Okay, so let's say I place you for 34, and then I place the mansion house, the mansion stack here. I don't like that as much. If I could place a shaman here, that's 40 points. That's even more. Okay, so I would just be placing it here for points. That gets me to the next round. And then the future shamans that I have could be placed beside the city center. Maybe. It's like, okay, the shaman I can only place beside the city center if I get the level up reward, and that's like a big if. I shouldn't be playing off of that if yet. That guy was 34. This is 40. I want to see if there's any other spots that I could get like high scoring shamans nearby. There's not enough space to like move it left or right to matter. I can play this one and then I'll play others around him in the future. Locked into a 42. We take those. Now I could have added some more flowers over there to make this shaman 8 points more worth it. I'd rather add more trees for my lumberjacks. I feel like I'm going to get a lot more of those buildings over the course of the game. Now, this adds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It adds 6 trees and 1 flower, 2 flowers. Flowers don't really matter. This adds 5 trees and gets me 5 more points. This does not. If I rotate you up, can I still add all of the trees like before without hitting any of the flowers? Can I fit the trees in this location? No. That's way too far up. Three trees feels like too few to be placing with verdure. I'd want to at least get 4. Ah, this would be the placement for it. Even though it's eating one of the flowers, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trees and 3 flowers. I think that's the best spot I'm getting. I'm not going to complain. No lumberjacks can go down here, but some can still fit in here. This is giving me 27 or like 32. This guy over here is giving me effectively 34, but beside the lumberjack, or sorry, originally 34, but then beside the lumberjack, 30. Can I place one up here? I'm trying to keep these guys condensed together in such a way that I have space to place like 1 or 2 lumberjacks over here without conflicting with these guys. Don't know if that's exactly possible. And even so, like, if I get, like, 1 good lumberjack here that's not in range of the other ones, it's, like, worth 29 points. I can play ones that are here that are worth 4 points less, but definitely out of range of all of the other lumberjacks. Maybe even 28 and still out of the range of the other lumberjacks. So I'll play this for the highest score that it can get. The 29 is not as much as the 30 in front. Play the 30 first. And it doesn't do any weird alignment. It doesn't delete any trees. So we move on. A pyre or a fountain. So pyres are only going to get me points if they're beside city centers, but I think I want less fountains overall. The fountains are going to be roughly the same as like the mansion's worth with where I'm going to be placing them. I want to save the space beside all of the city centers for houses, which leaves no space for fountains. I guess a fountain beside 4 city centers is 28 points, but like, it's possible it's better for a fountain on the inside, but if I'm placing all 4 of the city centers beside each other, the pyres could be really good in just having, like, 1 location over here that's max distance away from the 4 city centers, 1 here that's max distance away from the 4 city centers, 1 here is max distance away, like 1 here. Can I build on this? No, that would have been such a good spot for a pyre. Maybe this is somehow in range, or maybe I get, like, a range up boon and it'll reach. I'm unsure of the range of the pyres. I've used them once before, but not enough to get a feel for them. If I take fountains, do I think I get more? Because I could, like, play off of I want to get to the next boon or building pack without having to play any houses or city centers yet. So I want to get as many non-new buildings, these ones. Do I get more pyres from taking it, or do I get more fountains from taking it? I feel like consistently I get 2 from here. I feel like consistently I'm going to get 2 from here, so that doesn't matter. Over the course of the game, though, I will want more pyres, so I'll take pyres earlier. We get a shaman. That could be another high base scoring one. We have some sawmills to play. I don't know if I can play sawmills yet. It'll delete 1 tree, which removes that from all lumberjacks in the future. It might give me enough base points to move on. And I did only get 1 pyre. Okay, this guy's too far away. They can be placed here. Okay, wait, pyres can be placed on rocks, but mansions can't be. Angled ground. Pyres can be placed kind of like masons can be, but like they can be on flat ground, or they can be on the edge of cliffs. Kind of like how lighthouses can. You can see the underside of it. Looks like it's, yeah, poised to be placed on some rockier cliff sides like this. Okay, well, we've got one spot for a pyre. How much do pyres dislike each other? They just don't, but if you place them far away from other pyres, they'll get more points. This guy up here, still worth a lot, just because he's, like, max distance away. Oh, no, because he's in range of the statue, and he doesn't like the fields that much, but it's not too much of a point loss. Okay, I could place... No, that doesn't do any better. The light of sign... The line of sight is broken between the pyre and the city center based on the sandpit wheel up there. So other buildings will stop that. I can't place, like, high buildings before that happens then. A pyre over here also works to hit, like, all of the city centers. And one up here would need to go down before too many more buildings go down. Okay. Do shamans like pyres? Nope, nothing. Okay. I want to look for another high base scoring shaman position to be able to get to my both boon pack and building pack here. Now, okay. There is some, like, trickery that I might be able to get done by undoing a building after I've placed it. So let's see what's, like, the highest scoring building that I could reasonably place. 14. This is worth 27. This is worth 34. So if I place something that's worth 34 right here, it doesn't get me to the next boon pack, because I want to play something and then undo it, but I've reached the next boon, so that I can see if I get the level up on this, or I can see what boon I have and play around it a little bit earlier. Not much earlier, but that little bit might matter. Can I get a pyre that's worth more than that? What was this guy worth? 34? Yeah, I don't think I'm getting anything worth more than that. So a second shaman location. I've placed all the verdures that I can in this area, so a shaman over here is never going to get any better or worse. And while they're not going to be able to play off of things like huts, giving them an extra 2 in the future, or really any other buildings, it might be worthwhile to get a high base score first. If I play it in one of the lumberjack spots, it's only 21. I've seen better in, like, just the corner on the other side. The corner over here is 29. Still don't think that's worth it. Okay, with all of the flowers, I thought they'd be higher scoring, but there are a lot of unblocked rays. If it could squeak into the corner a bit more, yeah, like, being worth 35, I'd consider it. But being worth 20, not as much. Especially when, if I move over here to, I think there was a location in here where it blocks all the rays. Yeah, like down here, this being worth 23. I'd just rather place it over here, because my city centers are going to be nearby. I could place a bunch of huts here that hit all the masons. I'd probably want to play huts if they have enough range to be on this side to hit all the city centers, or further down here. I guess if it's further down here, it still might be able to hit the shaman. That might be in range of some masons that I do in the future. Not worth it. It's also less points than just, like, the 25 that I had in the back corner. A shaman being beside a house grants it +5. If I place a shaman over here after a level up boon, it might be worthwhile. So I'm thinking that I play a sawmill first to get me enough points to see the boon, and if I see the boon that allows me to, like, level up through a shaman, I'll be like, vindicated in my decision not to play the shaman for points yet. The sawmill is going to reduce points by 3 by being played early, And it is also taking up like good lumberjack spots. If I place it down over here though, then I'm not getting like future good sawmill locations. I could reasonably delete one tree on this side to get it in an all right position. I could also just play it like really far away down here for 14 points, but then it's not interacting with any future lumberjacks, and I don't like that. Because like I'm deleting one tree, but then the lumberjacks that like are in range of the sawmill are getting +4 points, so it's like an overall discrepancy of 3. I'm gonna try it and then the city center to see if I hit the boon pack. Come on, big money. Come on, big money. Show me the money. Not enough yet. That's so close. Okay, so I should have played the shaman instead of this guy. Because now I don't want to play like my second sawmill over here, and I'm reducing all of the lumberjacks that I get in the future by a certain amount of points. Do city centers like being beside houses? No, they just care about masons, mills, that kind of stuff. So if I bounce this wisp onto the house, and then I have to play a bunch of city centers beside each other, I'm not mitigating the points by having the wisp bounce onto each one. I still don't want to have to play my houses or mansions. They're locked up. I could play a pyre early, but then I'm losing out on 15 points per city center. 10 points per city center, roughly. Is that more worth it to me than trying to do the shaman level up thing that I was talking about before? How confident do I feel in getting a level up? I've used it once in this run so far, but granted I've used a bunch of other things once in this run so far, and I've started seeing some duplicates. There's a possibility I find it. There's a possibility, but not a high likelihood. I'll play a shaman for the base points. We'll hope to get a third one. 25 was worth more, but this might be outside of the range of more of my huts in the future. There's like a way that I got him to be... I'll take a 27 here. Worth more than whatever's over there. Okay, so now I can finally play the city center, and it will give me enough points to hit that boon. And I can even see it passing the circle just a little bit in the bottom right. Okay, now that I get that boon, I'm going to undo this decision. Look at that. I still get the boon. Duplicate or sustainable? So duplicate is a good one. It's not good for me yet. Sustainable prevents the next time a building would get a negative score from industry or harvesting buildings. It's good, but again, it's not something I want yet. I want to re-roll this boon so that I have the option of like going galactic with all of my city centers over here. A score multiplier or blossom. Select an area to make trees blossom for 2 points. They will count as both flowers and trees, which means that like hermitages, parks, those things do better off of them. And it gets me base points now. The score multiplier is like points in the future. It sucks that I'm passing both duplicate and score multiplier, but I think I need to take blossom if I want to make my city centers do the thing that I want them to. I need to get to plateaus before I take the massive hit of negatives on the city centers because I need building space for houses. There's not going to be enough in the back corner here to profit off of the city centers enough. And I want more masons to go down before I play any of them because the hits that I take to the city center points, I'm going to be able to mitigate like 4-fold with the masons. So it's blossom. Now over here, that's a pretty hefty 40 points. Gets me through to the next round. I mean, other boons can be worth like around 200. This is worth, oh, but that's so hard not to do for 72 points right now. Do I hope for a sustainable to be able to play a hermitage over here? Because I think bloomed trees count for hermitages at like a rate of 5 instead of a rate of 1 for trees or like 3 for flowers. This means that my hermitage can't go in this location because it'll take too many hits to the lumberjacks unless I find a sustainable, which I do have 5, maybe like 7 total boon packs. It's a possibility. This is less points now, full 30 less, but my parks that I'm playing here are better. The parks do have a short enough range that they could be played in the middle and not be around the lumberjacks. Like I could play parks here. They are going to start deleting trees though. I think I'm gonna blossom over here. And I'll look for a sustainable. Okay, if I play parks over here, then my monuments also go over here, and they do not care about being beside the lumberjacks. They only care about not being beside the farming location. And this is not my farming location. Shamans could also pop off in some of the corners over here too. The next building pack is a park. That's a perfect time to get some parks. We have another wheat field. I won't place that until I get some more mills. I want to see what points look like over here. There are only 2 per... Oh my god. Oh, what the hell? What kind of park is this? 50? And there's no statues? What do you mean? I think I need to start playing some parks over here. Because like, if I played some over here, they're all worth 2 instead of 1. This is like a 28 point park. This is literally double its score. Not completely, but like... Okay, so I need to wait on lumberjacks to play as many parks over here as possible. Oh my goodness. If I play them in the back corner, this is where my lumberjacks want it to be. I'd rather not yet. So any points in here where I can delete nothing? I think this was a place that I deleted nothing. And moving it off to the right a bit gets me an extra 4, so we'll do that. Right there is my first park location. I was hoping for a skinny park to be able to slide underneath here, but this works. That is also enough points to get us to our next building pack, the Blossom and the Park alone. Plateaus, perfect, perfect. Okay, so now that we've got a plateau, it's going to score off of all the city centers. We can recoup some of our points. I still... having 3 parks and being able to play each of them for like 40 points is going to get me through a lot of building packs. And with that, I guess like leniency of not having to play any of these yet, I'm going to probably get to the next boon pack, and that's something that I can check for the level up reward to deal with the large negative of city centers. Maybe I get lucky enough to find a shaman somewhere along the way. A lot of conjecture, but I'm just happy to see such a high scoring building. I'm very glad that I made the decision to put the blossom over here now. Okay, so I don't want to get rid of a blossomed tree. This park would do so. This park wouldn't. It's worth 32 in the back. And no lumberjacks would be near it. Let's see if this guy is any better. 34. But in the future, I might want to put parks beside each other. 42. It's not worth it to delete one of the trees. My lumberjacks are all worse, my hermitage is worse, and all future parks are worse. I don't want to delete anything in this area. I want to be as respectful as possible. Oh, 34. We'll do 34. I'm fine with the 32 back here as well. Then we have a skinny park. So now this is where things are going to change, and I need to look for a better location. That deletes a tree. I don't want to do that. Don't want to delete any trees. None at all. I could reasonably delete like 1 flower, but this like messes up any future buildings that want to go here that would be deleting them. That would be like, I get to a certain point where I just want to play more parks and I need this space up here. This, honestly though, is looking fine. It might auto-lock to this guy and get pulled down, or it might stay here and keep that tree alive. But 40 points for a park, good enough for me. 43 points for a park. And it didn't get moved. Okay, so that still leaves space for a skinny park here to delete 1 tree. It doesn't leave space in between for another skinny park, so I might want to play it a bit higher. See, like if I were to play 1 here for 42, deleting a singular tree, tree and a flower. Can I play 1 up here without having to delete that tree? That feels like it's not going to happen. It feels like it's always going to delete that guy. And there is space for... Wait, there's space... but it deletes that tree. Okay. I'll play the original 40 that I had, or 43. This guy. There. Okay. Huts or fountains. I'm gonna want more huts over the course of the game. If I start doing it though, I think it's going to like filter more of my buildings into huts because they're almost like a house or a mansion in the fact that you get like 10 to 15 by the end of the game. Fountains, I'm gonna get like 4 to 5 by the end of the game. So less of my draws go into the fountain, or less of my draws go into the new building that I'm selecting here. More of them can go into parks, wheat fields, masons, brickyards, the things that I want to play for points to get to the next boon pack. So I'll take the fountain. It's a lot of houses. Okay. Lumberjack. I could play one over here, but then it reduces like the ability to play parks comfortably. There isn't going to be another park that I play back here though. If a lumberjack fits here, that ain't too bad. That is not too bad. Blocks out that tree though, which I don't like, and I don't think there's a way around it. I don't feel comfortable playing a lumberjack yet when I have more parks to be played, which then means I need to get to the next like point total somehow without getting those 30 points. A hop field worth 21. Oh, and it does sneak back here. Very nice. I think I just have to play it. The wheat fields, I still want to wait on a mill to get extra 5 points here and here. I could, but that's not hitting the mill or the statue at this point. In this one, I want to be able to hit the statue, but then it overwrites that the next mill spot. If I play 16 and 18, that gives me 34 points, right? Yeah, 34 points puts me at 75, and I need to have a 20 scoring building to get to the next round. The lumberjack could be that 20 scoring building, even though it makes parks a bit more difficult. It allows me to not have to play the plateau, the fountain, my houses, my sawmill, my city centers. That's the way that I get to the next round. And if I place a mill here in the future, it's not like the end of the world. The wheat fields get more points from being beside more mills, but the mills still pick up the wheat fields afterwards anyways. So 1, 2. Then our lumberjack goes down for more points. Now I only need him to score 20. I would like him to score more, but I can put him in a location that's like far away from any future parks that I'd be playing. My parks like to be congregated in this area though. I think a lumberjack over here, this is where parks were like scoring 30. And if a lumberjack's only scoring like 25, I'd rather save this location for parks. If I played along the back wall, it's not enough points, and it's going to get in the way of these parks here. The lumberjack likes being here, but that's too central of a location, I feel, and it also deletes a tree. Yeah. If I put it here, that's more on the side. I think I'm most comfortable with putting it here, but I would like it to score more than 22. If I put it up front, it scores 29. I'm fine with this location here. Then hopefully there's enough space for one to go here without deleting that tree. If I do this guy first, it would mean... yeah, it feels like I'm just not going to be able to get around to deleting this tree. That probably gets in the way of future parks. I'll do as much as it can squeak in here, a 29 point. Yeah, the 1 point is not worth it, going further in that direction. There. Okay. A tower or huts. Towers are going to take less draws from me. I'll take them now. We get 2 parks. That's probably going to get us to the next round. It's not going to get us to the next round, but it'll get us close enough that, like, I could maybe, like, put a pyre. No, but then the pyre takes the wisp, and then the wisp can't be played on anything else, you know? Like, I want the wisp to stay on the city center, so that when I play the city center, I'll be able to ping-pong it between all of my houses. Can towers be placed over lava? No. Okay. There's, like, no way for me to bridge this gap either. There's no way that I can get a wisp over here. Parks don't score off each other, so it wouldn't really matter anyways. Okay. I need to get another... what is that? I need to get another 86 points to get to the next round. I said that I don't need to save this space for lumberjacks anymore. Placing a park back here seems fine. I don't like that it's not aligned to the other rotation and like taking up less space. But to be able to save the trees, it's fine. Okay. Okay, we've got a skinny park to work with now. Maybe there's a spot that I can get even more points. Still, oh, it doesn't fit in here anymore because this guy's too close. I'd need to move him up more. And it's like not much space that it's off by either. Let me like line him up. I guess I need to put him at an angle a bit. I just want to see by like how much did I miss this by. I think quite a lot actually. Still not my favorite to be losing space here when like every park space counts. There's going to be like 10 to 15 parks that I could like get before the end of the game, and I need all of them to go in this location. Let me try building from one location to the other side, because then if I'm like deleting some trees on my way out, it's not the worst thing in the world. This space is probably going to be saved for more lumberjacks. Because, yeah, there's better spots than a 32 for a park. If I place you up front here, I mean, that works as well. It just feels like it's too central, and, like, maybe other bigger parks could be taking up that space. This is 32, and it fits, like... This is 36, and it takes rid of nothing. Or it gets rid of nothing. Am I going to need the extra, like... How many points was it? I found a 40. Am I going to need the extra 5 points? The extra 7 points? Probably not. Place it here, because it's well aligned, and I can play more parks in the future that are like better aligned around it. Now, another sawmill. If I play another sawmill, I don't know if the parks... I think the parks dislike it as well, and it takes up too much space. If I could play it here on this ridge... I don't think I'm playing many parks here. It's all going to be lumberjacks. This can get me exactly to the next pack. Or I play something else to get me to the next pack. The fountain doesn't do it. Mansions, houses don't do it. I want to wait for my city centers. I can't place a pyre over here. A plateau... I want to wait for more city centers because it's worth 10 per city center. And then I'd reasonably place... Ooh, but then I could get some extra on the masons if I do this. But the plateaus need to be placed for more, like, building space around the houses. They just have to go here. They can't go by the masons. I have to bite that bullet. So if I can't place anything other than this sawmill for points... Yeah, the tower doesn't work. The sawmill to get me to the next building pack is my brightest idea. I really want to try getting to that next boon pack before I do anything here. Seeing a level up there would just, like... How many points, like, not lost is that? Okay, so it's 40 for the first one. It's then going to be... What is it? 80 points lost for the second one. It's going to be 120 points lost for the last one, which overall is 240 points. I'd be making up 240 points with a level up. Granted, I could also put like 2 city centers down here and then 2 city centers in another location close to all of the masons. Like maybe I put them on top of a plateau over here so that I only have to like take that reduction slightly. But having 4 city centers beside each other could be very, very powerful. Last time, the 3 city centers felt very good, so I want 4 city centers again. Placing a poor sawmill is fine to give me the chance of doing that. This isn't even like that bad of a sawmill. It's just an early sawmill. Oh, pyres like being beside lumberjacks. Makes sense. They need their wood. Oh, that's actually a good pyre position. Ooh. This is where I could place like 2 or 3 of my pyres in the future, or like all of them. Maybe a warehouse or a hut. So I don't exactly want to place a warehouse yet, because I could still put down more industry buildings in this area, more like masons. But masons also benefit off of the warehouse in the other direction. Huts aren't going to benefit the city centers that I place. So I take a warehouse. 2 parks and 2 wheat fields. That's going to give me enough points to get to the next round. And I think after that 100 points, I should be able to place like something really high scoring like this pyre here that I've learned of for 40 points or so to get me to that boon pack. Mason can go down first reasonably. Wait, which side would it be on? The city center, I think I said I wanted to place over here. So if I want all of the city centers to be in range of it, the mason should go further out. And, okay, let's say I place the mason all the way out here. It's going to be in range of more of the houses. It's going to be in range of more of the plateaus. And it's not in range of the other masons. It might not be in range of this warehouse over here, but it benefits more buildings overall. And I could also put a warehouse up here. Ooh, that's looking pretty nice. Okay. We'll wait for that, though. I want to get the parks dealt with. A skinny park. How lucky am I? Deletes 1 flower for 39 points. Man, I am getting lucky. That deletes a tree. Can't do that. Is that deleting anything? That isn't deleting anything. It's worth 32. It'd be worth 37 if the sawmill wasn't in the way. Then in the future, I can get this park behind here as another skinny park location. Yeah, and it's going to automatically align to the center here, but that doesn't delete any trees. I'm good with that. If I have any fat parks, I can place one like here, deleting 1 tree in the future. Okay, not too shabby, not too shabby. Now to get to the next round, I can play a warehouse early. There's a warehouse. It likes masons at a rate of 5, likes brickyards at a rate of 6. I can't check like how much the brickyards like it reciprocally. The mason likes a warehouse at +3, so I want to place the warehouse afterwards. I think I feel more comfortable playing a mason out here and a wheat field to get me to the next round. This one lines up. This one also lines up. I'll play this one first. Hold on. Can this be in range of the statue? This is right here, so I'll play this instead. Start misaligning them a bit. And then I always want to play this mason as one of my buildings. And then look at how close we are to the next boon. If I had 4 rerolls, honest to God, I would use all of them to be able to find that level up. I think it's such a cool play. Okay, that's another wisp bounce. Did the score counter go up? I feel like it didn't. There we go. I don't have any good places for a tavern yet. I am gonna have a lot of houses. They'll benefit, like, they'll be a better building than a hut, and I don't want to filter my draw into huts yet, so I'll take a tavern. 3 parks? 3 of them? Just like that? Taking up more space for 34. Sure. It aligns it to that corner, which takes up even more space. Is that more worth it than taking up... Is this like half as much space? I think that's better. Because I think I'm still going to be getting a lot of parks. I've got a lot of draw left in me, and I don't have much space left on this plateau up here. Like, this looks like there's a lot of space, but I'm deleting a lot of trees, and some of that space needs to be saved for lumberjacks. Where does a hermitage go, though? Okay, if I place it here, I can place a hermitage in this corner still. There's enough space. So I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine cinching the park back further. Now, this guy I had already planned to place here, but it deletes a tree, so I don't want to do that yet. This deletes stuff. This deletes stuff. That is taking up too much space. Do I take my first deletion on a tree? I could delete 2 flowers instead. Get 41 points. I'm gonna take 2 flower deletions instead of a tree deletion. We get another big old park. We get a boon? Look, please, 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 please. No. Okay, okay. Score multiplier or precious. Precious is good for long range buildings. You thinking what I'm thinking with a pyre? And it would be around all of these trees, which would get it extra points, or it would be around all of these trees and all of my buildings for extra points. Now, that could help with a highest scoring building. It could be, like, worth around 250, or if I get a building in the future that is, like, around 170, like, oh, the hermitage is definitely going to be 170. The score multiplier is going to be better for that building to get, like, a higher building score, and I get 2 score multipliers, and the highest building that I have by the end of the game gets its points added in double. So, like, if I play something that's worth 300, it's effectively worth 900 for my final score. So I'm going to take score multiplier instead. I don't have any rerolls, so I just have to choose one of the 2. I think that one's better. Now, is there any world in which I can make it to the 3rd boon pip before I have to start placing my city centers and my plateaus? I'm uncertain. I still don't want to take a minus 240 hit to my points. I don't think that's worth it, but definitely placing 2 city centers side by side here is going to be worth it. I think then I would place another 1 and 2 here, and then I could maybe get some things that, like, work off of cities, like, because some things work off of city centers being pretty close by to each other. I think it's like towers, huts, taverns. This would be, like, my optimal strategy is 2 blocks of city centers, 1 section of houses over here, 1 section of houses over here, and then the mansions are strictly wall platforms. And I'm definitely going to have enough points for the mansions to, like, hold on until I see the wall platforms, especially not looking for seaweed farms, not looking for fisheries, not looking for things that can go on the water, except for water platforms, because those are allowed in lava areas for some reason. They're not stone platforms, they're still wooden ones. I could maybe fit in a park here. No, that's probably going to get rid of the area for my hermitage. This deletes too many trees currently. It's not worth it for me. If I delete this tree out here, not many other parks except for the skinny one here are interacting with it. Oh, we're starting to see high 20s instead of mid 30s now. I think this is the best location I'm getting for a fat park, that is, and there's no other location for a fat park that I want to place yet, because it's just going to delete a tree or be worse in points, take up hermitage space. Yep, this is the best currently. 29. Eke out an extra 2 points. Don't mind if I do. A circus or a hut? Circuses mean that I draw more of my other buildings. Huts mean that I have more of them by the end of the game. I have 4 city centers beside each other. These are worth 24 each. These are big buildings, like they're unruly to place, and they're worth maybe like 40 when I place them down. Unless I get them beside a bunch of taverns. Don't think that's happening. I'll take huts instead, finally. We get another mason. That's like an instant play for me. I play it down on this side, to be honest. Let me see, like a plateau over here. It's not reaching those masons. It would up here, but I think that's removing too much of the building space that I want back here. The second plateau that I place, though, is going to be still around the city, or the second mason. The new one that I place. Okay. So it's worth an extra 4 points here. It's getting less reductions here. The warehouse that I'm placing is in range of both of them. Okay, I should also think about like where a market would go. There's no space for a market anywhere on this ridge. There's enough here, maybe, but that's a spot that's sectioned off for houses. I'd have to... That can be one of my water platform buildings. because it doesn't get any bonuses off the plateaus. The houses do. Yeah, I'll play for 16 on this side. I should take more base points now. We've got a hop field that should be placed. What's the best way to get this done? I think I can place 1, 2, or I can place 1, 2. I don't think I'm getting a third one in here like that. I'll just keep going with the pattern that I have so far. Now, if I wanted to get the 55 points that I need to get to the next round, it's either ripping the warehouse early, which isn't that bad, and I am going to need, like, a lot of points to conceivably get all of the buildings that I need to get to this boon pip before placing my city centers. Can't place a tavern yet. No houses to benefit off of, and it should be between all of the city centers. I could place a wheat field. I'm just going to, so that I think about less things. Wheat field goes down. Still saving enough space for a mill to be tucked in there. Huts can't go down yet. Taverns, warehouse maybe, tower no, fountain no, plateau no, none of these no, no. Okay, so it's the warehouse is the only thing that I can play now, unless I do the two groups of city centers. Do I give up? Do I say that it's bested me? I think the next buildings that I'm getting are going to be big ones that benefit off of residential areas, and I'm not going to have enough score to get to this side. Okay, so the boon was right around here. I've maybe scored 200 since then. I'm going to need to score like another 500 points to get there. My parks are starting to slow down. I could, if I find a hermitage, though, place down a hermitage early at some points with a score multiplier, and that does get me to the next boon. It's not going to be as many parks as I want it to be. It might not be the highest scoring hermitage that I could get, but it gets me a lot more overall points. Maybe gets me more score loops, and those are, like, massively beneficial to my score compared to just getting one high scoring building. So I'll put down a warehouse. I'm hoping for a hermitage. Now, is it better to put a 51 down here and then a, like... No, because that's still in range of this guy being at a 51. And the warehouses, how much do they reduce each other by? 15? Yeah, it's still better to put 2 up here if I have the space for it. So, like... that's weird. It can't be at this angle. It can be placed like this, and then the second one can be placed like this. It's not hitting as much of the sand pits, but it's a price that I'll have to pay. I could also put one up here instead. That scores pretty well. The 48 is still good. Oh, but it pulls the wisp onto it, so then I have to find a way to pull a wisp off of the warehouse, which could just be another mason. Realistically, I am going to get one more mason before I have to do any of the city center planning. There is going to be an industry building that I am going to find that pulls the wisp off of this warehouse. And then the mason can be on this side. Yeah, okay. Play it. That's a wisp bounce that I'm willing to take. We hope that it can be passed between all of the houses in the future. A terrace. Okay. I want as many terraces as possible because I've got a lot of masons. And houses can be played on them. Like, it can be something that I can play over the ground over here. I got no good scoring buildings. I got a hut, I got a mansion, I got a fountain, I got a house, and I got another city center. Okay, so I'm gonna ditch the idea that I'm putting 4 of them beside each other because I might be able to get 3 of them beside each other in the future, which means that shooting or pulling the gun on the warehouse here... I can't do it yet because now the wisp is over there and it's locked there too because I can't undo my decision because I picked a building pack. So I need to get at least one more, like, score loop before moving on. Is there anything that I can play here for points? The hop field, for sure. I can't undo anything, so it's fine. I need to get 50 points. A terrace early? Terraces, do they like being beside city centers? They do, and by 10, so I can't, because then it's worth 40 more points if I wait for a city center. Fountains, can't do... Pyres are going to be worth an extra, like, 10 points each for all of the city centers that are here. So that's not something I want to do either. Okay, if I put like a tower back here, it's not in range of any of the residential buildings, and it's still not enough points to move me on to the next round. If I play a city center over here, it's taking a -5 because I'm not getting the wisp bounce onto it. Okay. If I'm playing city centers beside each other, I should play one on this side, I believe, so that I leave more space over here to play city centers that are a bit closer. Yeah. So this guy gets played here, this guy gets played here. He's also beside more masons, so he takes less of a negative. I can't play the city center in all the houses because I want an extra 5 points on every single house that I place. I have to wait. There needs to be a way that I get out of this. I'm not using a score multiplier as a boon to get out of this. A hut pulls it off of the warehouse? That's interesting. Does anything pull from a hut, though? I don't think much. Maybe like towers or something. Nope. What if I put a terrace back here to be able to get me the base points needed to get to my next building pack to pull that wisp off of the warehouse? And my houses can go both on the flat ground here underneath the terrace, and they can go on the ground above it, and they're still in range of the city center. I'm fine not undoing that hopfield placement. I can undo this terrace if I need to. Let's see what a house on top of the terrace looks like. It gets in range of that city center, and it'll be in range of the other city center all the way out to here. These ones will just barely be in play. I'd need to move it down a bit. I'd kind of want to put the terrace over top of a city center, actually. So, like, this, leaving enough space for a second city center. There isn't enough space for a second one. Okay. Maybe then I wrap it on this side instead. Or that side. I think this side. Yeah, because I want my plateau to be beside more of, like, the terrace. I play this for 50 points, not 90 points. To be able to get an extra 5 on all of the houses that I'm playing. How many houses would I need to play to get to the next round? I play a city center here, I take a minus of 10 points, and then all of my houses are going to be worth 6. They're going to be worth, like... This would be an extra 6, 13, 15 at max, plus 1. I'd have to put like 4 or 5 houses. That's 25 point loss. It's a 25 point loss compared to a 50 point loss. As much as it sucks, it's more worthwhile to play the city center first. And I want to leave enough space for a terrace to go in between them. So like there? Question mark? It's a bit too much space. Okay. Still too much space. Wow, the terrace leads like nothing in between them. Hold on. If I put them like right beside each other, can a terrace still fit between them? Because it's like raised above. No. Okay. But like here, just like a sliver of space. Oh yeah, it needs like nothing at all. Just a little bit of pre-planning and you'll get it. Okay, so I don't want to play houses close to the shoreline because that's where plateaus will be in the future. So I want to place them as far back as possible. And that's also nice because I'm hitting more of the masons. Here looks like a pretty good start. And then let's see with this. Is that 4 units of space? No, I'd want to move this guy up to be like in range with the brickyard if I'm able to. By able to, I mean still in range of the city centers. So like this is my first one, and then this leaves, that looks like one house worth of, or like one pip inside of a house, one square inside of a house of space. This feels like another good fit. Okay, but every house that I'm playing, not beside the terrace, is also losing points. I've already committed to playing the city center first. I guess playing the city center first and the terrace after doesn't actually change my point scoring at all. Or it actually ups my point scoring by 10. So I could still remove this house if it's a better option to. It's losing 2 points on each terrace, which is just 10 points overall. No, I'm not going to play the terrace first. That seems like a good building to place. Fits very nicely. And then to get me to the next round, 19 is too much, so I need to play 2 more houses. We could play one here that doesn't fit as nicely as I want it to. I don't want to hook in the other direction right here. No, because I don't think that hook can be close enough to both the city centers. Oh, right, and I did want to save my terrace for something like over here so that it can be by the wall platforms that my mansions are on. So like terrace here, wall platforms here. But a terrace over top of these city centers could make the mansions on top of it be worth a lot of points. But it doesn't keep my houses and my mansions segregated. Okay, let's say I put a mansion here for 17 points. Then it's an extra... sorry, I need to look at the mansion. It's an extra 7 for the terrace. So then that would be worth 25 compared to stacking 3 wall platforms and getting 18 off of it. But then that makes my aviaries able to scale a lot easier off of this because the aviaries don't like city centers. I think I'll save my mansions for like a wall platform section on the corner here. Okay. No, terrace needs to go. I need to focus on placing the houses so I can get to my next building pack. That's what matters. Save that for a tiny corner house in there to be able to get to the next city center. So then you should be placed. It's losing points on both the plateaus if I do that. It's losing points on both the plateaus if I do this. Because I just kind of have to. You are in range. Yeah, I like this as a final placement. Still save space for a house here to be beside the city centers. That's good. That's good. Okay. I'll take an aviary because it's something that I want. I need to find something to pull the wisp off the warehouse and onto a mason and onto a city center. No. Oh, just mansions? Okay, I think the terrace is going down, and I'm hoping that scores... Oh, this warehouse is really messing me up. The tavern can't pull it off. Like, I'd take minus points on a tavern to get the wisp over here now. The hop field is free. I can just play it. That gets rid of wheat field space. I don't want to do that. This doesn't get rid of it, and it only gets out of range of one of the hop fields. I think that leaves enough space for 2 wheat fields on the left side of that mill. I would like the 23 points. I don't think I need to eke out the 25. If I put them sideways like this, feels like it takes up more space, but like only in one section, and that might be fine. Gonna take 23 points here. That doesn't leave me any options to place more hop fields in the future, and with how many hop fields I've been getting, it's probably going to be the case. It's like 1 goes here, 2 goes here. There. Okay. The terrace, if I'm placing it, I should play the other city centers first. I can play 1 city center for base points without having to take a big hit to it yet. So like over here. That's the terrace is still going to be in range of it. My huts, yeah, they're looking pretty good up here. Is there anything that pulls it off of the hut? Is there anything that likes being beside a hut? Tower doesn't care. Fountain doesn't care. Plateau doesn't care. Houses and mansions, I don't think so. Nope. 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 Even if things scored negatively with huts, I would take that as a way to get it off of the warehouse. So if a terrace goes here, I'm losing out on the points that, like, How much do terraces not like each other? 30. I think I can deal with that in the future of having 2 terraces close by. Okay, let's say I make my mansions over here instead, and then I could have a wall platform sticking out from the side, and then the mansions on the edge are going to hit the terrace, the city center, and then like the one wall platform that it's on. There's not going to be more space than just one here. The aviary could go here to get all the points that I need. Does an aviary like a terrace? Doesn't care. Which side do I want to put the terrace on? If I put it over here, I've already played some houses around it, and that reduces the like effective area I can build around. If I put it over here, I'm getting more area for houses, or just more area for buildings in the future. Or sorry, both of them have that. What am I saying? What are the reasons for putting a terrace here? The woes of OBS, the woes of video making. I've just realized that my audio for this game hasn't been being recorded since I had it set up to a different audio source when I was playing some other game. Meaning the original part of this video, like the first 2 hours of it, is going to be... It's going to feel off. There's not as like any of the ambient sound in the background. I will, of course, overlay the original soundtrack instead, just like put in whatever songs I like the most or just whatever fits, you know? But it doesn't have in-game audio. That means that you're also not going to be hearing any of like the small sounds like getting score from a building. Yeah. I guess I just locked in my most recent decision, but I think I'm fine with that. The thing that I was thinking about was putting this terrace down here to get the 72 points I need for the next building pack. It's the least amount of buildings that I can place to get there, which means I'm not spending all of my wisp bounces on placing a lot more houses to get there. I said that a terrace here is better than over here. I might end up playing one in both locations. Like I had originally planned here. It's such a small loss of having them slightly apart that it doesn't matter. I might end up playing one in both locations. No, it's probably going to be a water platform in between for a market to work. Okay, if I play my terrace here, it was for this to be like a mansion hotspot. Because it's not beside as many masons. I could realistically fit more around this area. Like I could put mansions around the corner. No, I really can't. Because there's not much space behind for mansions. But a terrace doesn't do any better out here, because then I'm wasting all the space underneath it. If I play it like this, I've got space enough for mansion 1 to go like this. I think this one doesn't get in range of the city center through the terrace. Yeah, it's too far away. There would be enough range to get like 1 or 2 on this side, and then 2 on top, but then I'm also not putting a second city center beside. I think the terrace allows me enough space to build with other buildings. What do you mean? The terrace allows me enough space to build with more houses, but I don't think I'm going to get enough houses to warrant putting some down here some on top of the plateaus and some on top of the terraces. I think that that's just too much space. The 19 mansions, if I get like 3 wall platforms and I find a good spot to just like make a house stack, which let me put a bit more effort into that. The most likely candidate, the most likely location is right here. I would play mansion number 1. I put a wall platform, I play mansion number 2, and I place 1 more wall platform back here. They'd be at a little bit of an angle, so not all of them are going to hit all of the wall platforms, but they should hit the majority of them, and that's good enough. 1, 2, 3, yeah. If I had more wall platforms, I could start on like just a wall like this and make a full stack, maybe make it a bit closer to this corner, make it like here instead. I want as vertical of an area, so I'm like keeping the wall platforms as, how do I say this? So that if I place something on the very top wall platform, it's able to hit at all locations the wall platform underneath it. Over here, I don't want to be placing any houses because that's where my hermitage goes. Hoping to see that as my next building, honestly, because that could get me a lot of points and then allow me enough building packs to be able to pull this damn wisp off of the warehouse that I put on early. That is probably the biggest mistake of the run so far. It's lost me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bounces so far, 30 full points. And it's going to continue losing me more, and it's been making me like, it's been forcing me into decisions that I don't want to make, regardless of just the point loss that I've taken while mitigating said loss. I've made the terrace location for this. I'm going to place the terrace here. Right, I've got enough space. One there. It takes up a bit of the space from the buildings, so I'm not going to get as many houses in there. That's fine, right? It also removes more of the plateau space out in front. That's rough then, because then these guys aren't able to get in nice and close. And a plateau is worth 46 here. I think I might place a plateau off to the side then, and then it doesn't matter as much about the space out front being lost. But then the houses that I place on it aren't going to be hitting both city centers, they're just hitting one. Do I think it's better to walk it up like this and get rid of that space up front? If I could play a house in this section, then it would be. But I don't think I can do that. And I'm not going to be able to fit a house in this section over here. If I play it on this side and I move it up. Come on. That looks like enough space for one house underneath the terrace. I'm going to lock this in as the location I want to play the terrace. Please give me a mason, please give me a mason, please give me a mason, please. Guildhall can take it off the warehouse. It's not going to be great, but it's a building that I can, like, use. And because all of my buildings are so tight together, I don't exactly care about getting, like, a 60-point Guildhall compared to, like, a 100-point one, or, like, manufacturing a situation in which I get a better one. A mill can take it off the warehouse, and then a city center can take it off the mill. The mill is not going to get the points up here that it would normally get, but that isn't the worst thing. The hermitage. No, the hermitage is going over there. I'm just not having any of these be near the hermitage. That's fine. This pulls it off right now, and I don't have to do anything weird with a Guildhall. And the Guildhall isn't even that great as it stands. Yeah, I would have to get it. Yeah, no, I don't want to do it with a Guildhall. I mean, 35 isn't... 35 is bad for a Guildhall. I'm coping. I don't like the mill here. Okay, if I put it up here, how much more is this mill giving me? It would give me an extra 5 on every wheat field that I place in the future. Which means that it's worth, like, effectively, like, 4 spots around it, an extra 20 points being up here. This guy being down here is going to net my Guildhall more than 20 worth of points. Like, sure. 100%. And I should, well, I don't need to double check because I can just undo this move afterwards if it doesn't work out. I'm going to make sure that, yes, the wisp does get pulled off of here and onto the city center. Then I might need to play a few houses to get it over to this side if I want to build over there instead, which I would prefer to build over here. That's something I can get done. A park, stealing the wisp from the mill. If there was green area here, I could also do that. A park right here, just take the loss of points and then get it onto a house right away without having to play a city center here. Oh, does the terrace block my line of sight with a pyre? Oh, it does. No. No, that's so bad then. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have placed the terrace over top of my city centers. Okay, well, that's another mistake, I guess. Now that I have pyres. I want to get to playing my houses. Do I need to, though? I don't need to yet. I can just play parks instead. They're never getting any better. This deletes a tree, I believe, and it takes up my lumberjack spots. I'm not playing it there. I'm waiting for a skinny park to play back there. This, not a good location. It's only worth 15, deletes a tree. This up here deletes 2 trees, not worth it. If I play it here, it would delete 1 tree, which I think I'm fine with for 35 points. It doesn't have enough space to get one in here. If I had a skinny park, maybe it'll fit. It'll delete a tree and a flower, though. I am running out of park positions over here. I might find deleting one of the trees over here for 18 points. That feels like it's a lot lower than what I should be, like, expecting out of my parks. Did I see a 24 position right in here? 26, and it doesn't delete any trees? And I'm not planning on placing any lumberjacks there. Okay, that works. Now, I need to place 1 building to get to the next round. I could have it be the city center to pull the wisp off, and then a house beside that city center. Because it'll get enough points. It will get enough points. I'm just, like, antsy about placing down this city center early. I don't know why. It feels like it's early. I don't think it is, though. Okay. House up here on this ridge. Actually pretty nice. Then I can put 1 here to continue going. Okay, so that's 1 for the mill, 2 for the city center, 3 wisp bounces for the house. We get a market. A market could be the building that I put up here. Let's see how much a house is worth up here. 19. I mean, it's not bouncing the wisp, so like this is actually worth 18. So it's actually less up here. If I put it in the corner by the masons, then it's worth more. Do I start bouncing yet? No, because I need to put my plateaus down. Where would I put my last city center, if anywhere? It could go up the hill so that it hits all of the masons, and it allows a high base score with a bunch of the huts. If I play this early, does it benefit me at all now? No, because I don't have another terrace to play, and the plateaus don't have enough range to reach that guy. Nor do I want to play a plateau here. I'd rather play it on the outside here. Do I only want to play 1 instead of 2? Because the original plan was 1 all the way out here, but I think that's so much effective space in like the bottom right corner of it lost. Like the houses aren't going to be close enough. That just here is fine. Even, okay. How many extra points am I getting by having a plateau be out here for extra house building space compared to being here to scale the houses better and have a base score of 40 higher? 36 higher. So if I play it here to line it up to be, like, it gives me a bit more building space to work off of, and it doesn't ruin any of the house, like, no, I can make it flush here, it looks like, with a terrace. I'd want to make sure that, like, a house fits in that corner first. Yeah, it fits behind the terrace. Okay, so then I can make the plateau flush with this. And I'm fine pushing it all the way up so that it's more close to these guys. A few mansions might be put down here for some like really high scoring buildings, because like they'd be better than a house beside 2 city centers and a plateau. The plateau I should have placed before the house now, because I would have gotten an extra wisp bounce. And since I've already placed a building and undone it, I can't remember which one that is. I can't undo the house. Yet another mistake. Here, and then we get to work on placing some houses. It's a boon. Let's see what that is. If it's level up, I'm going to be... Summon another wisp. Don't need it. I don't want to pick it because I want to keep it in the pool, if that is how this works. I don't need 2 wisps on the same map. I wonder if they stack up to give 10 points or not, and like I could test it. I'm not going to. I'm going to say increase area. Increased area pyre could go pretty crazy with 5 city centers. And like all of the bounces that I want with the wisp are now going to be on like the majority of the buildings that I have. One, 2. This leaves space for one of my weird S blocks that I always have difficulties placing. You're the wrong S block. A hermitage. Okay, I'm just taking it just because I'm interested to see how many points it will give. Does it not have the space? Okay, if I find a shrink building boon, I'm taking it. Okay, it can go on stone though, so that's like a bit of a saving grace. Not a great one though. Yeah, and if I could place it more centrally right here where the lumberjacks go, even though it's taking the lumberjack hit, all of the trees that it's beside being 4 points. It's a lot. That's a lot. Back here does like nothing. Down here does like nothing. Okay. What if I were to put it over by my... Okay, 71 points. Not half bad. Not half bad. Not what I'd want it to be, but I'm glad that I bloomed this area. All of the parks here gave me so much like freedom in where I wanted to place the buildings. Now a hermitage, if I place it down here, it is going to score 5 off of every park and 4 off of every blooming tree. If I get a park that destroys more than a blooming tree and a flower, it's not worth it to place before the hermitage. Okay. Good to have that locked in. I think I just want to keep going on my houses. Makes the most sense for me to. No way I can get a shaman here around all of the masons and the city centers to like benefit all of my houses enough to make it worthwhile than just playing it by... Wait, let me see in the blooming trees. A 60-point shaman? Wow. And it's not even like blocking any of its rays. Not that it needs to, it just needs to be placed beside all of the flowers. That's tempting. That's tempting. But later. Hermitage doesn't care about a shaman, right? It actually likes them. Okay, that's good. That's good. Houses. That could be another way to fill the space. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Oh, and now, okay, now that's the perfect S block that fills up the space. So I am gonna undo that house. Put you down like here instead. 25 is good. You fit in here perfectly. It's not that much. It's only 18. It's not beside the city centers. I should be going for houses that are worth more than that. You are not the one that fits in here. I need the other L block. Yeah, I think I've just like conceded that like this plateau here is supposed to be the spot that I'm putting them, even though it isn't because it's not close enough to the houses. This terrace pushing it further away is worse. I should have had a plateau on this side instead. But the plateau is like 60 points. Like, maybe I don't need to play houses on this plateau anymore. I can just leave the empty space as empty space. If it's worth 30 points up here, I'm going to start placing them up here for more points. It gets rid of the spot for a market. I'll find a space for a market later. I'll make it work. We'll take as many walls as we can get. That's another warehouse. Okay, we would need a square house, and I don't think square houses... No, square houses do exist. Okay, so I'll place this one down here. This is still the wrong L block for down there. Oh, it fits in both directions. Okay, but it's not bouncing the wisp to it, so I need my L house there before that happens. Yep, you fit nicely as well. You fit nicely too, and then we're waiting for a square house to bounce you down, but then that shoehorns me into a precarious position. I could use a park on this corner to get a lot of points, right? I'd have to wait for a thick park, but I could use a park here to guarantee myself a way out. I can also use a tower to guarantee myself a way out, but I don't want to do that. Let's see what the next building pack is. Monument. I'll take a monument first. See how much it's worth. That is quite a lot of parks. And we've got like, oh, it doesn't fit down here. This would be another, oh, it does fit. Okay. So 81 points and then 89 points. I'm missing out on one park from that corner. Okay. Maybe there's a spot for 3 monuments. There's another one. Okay, so 1 down in this corner for 81. 2 down in here for 89. And then the last one, no, it would be overlapping with the other monument. This one might not be overlapping with the one down below. It probably is. But there might be a chance to get 3 monuments in here. I should only be planning for 2, though. A hop field feels like a free building to place. It's 29 points over here. Now, okay, the hop field make the hermitage worth, I think, an extra 5. Hop field 5. Yeah, it's not worth it, though, because the monuments are taking up that space. I'll put down some more wheat fields. I don't think I want to, or I need to wait on the next mill. I think the next mill might even do better over here, just picking up the wheat fields that I've already placed down. Okay, hop fields here for 29, or wheat fields down here for more points. I think I don't need to place wheat fields here anymore, because the wheat fields that I get, I would want to place towards this area. Like, I'll play a new mill down here, pick up all of the points from the wheat fields as I can, and then put like 1, 2, maybe like 3 wheat fields to make sure that they're connected, getting to this other mill over here. Then a third mill I play. I guess I just have to bite the bullet and play it down here. But I'd rather take an extra 10 points on this hop field than the next one that I play. There's space for 2, right? That's looking a little bit dicey if there's space for 2. This makes it look more likely that this is a space that will fit. Yeah, 1 here. Let's bounce the wisp a few more times. Where's it? House. And here. This could also bounce me down. And if I were to move over here, I wouldn't have the ability to. If I'm down here, do I have the ability to hit any of the houses up top? No, actually. So I think I might need to play it on a plateau to pull it down. And I need to play it on the next house. So I need to waste some space to be able to get this guy back down. The wisp. And then I can play a park anywhere to pass it off to some mansions and play some mansions over here instead. Ooh, I found a second market. That's going to be hard to find a spot to place. Let's say I place a plateau here instead. I take the loss of points. I have more building area for houses to be beside the 2 towers. But I don't need more space for houses, right? This plateau could be used over here instead for space for mansions, because I don't know if I can fit 24 of them inside of like a 3 stack or a 2 stack of wall platforms on this side. So I think I built this improperly. I should have built here to this corner and then back down around, back onto the plateau, and then down over here. I should have, instead of just like, ooh, this is a spot that fits a good house, I should have played slower. Let's say I play this house here and I, like, because I want to fill up this space with houses before I move it down. What could I do that has a long range that would move this wisp down? I think it is strictly the tower or another park, but the park doesn't have any longer range than a house does. I think it's either a bit shorter or the same. Yeah, it's a bit shorter, actually. So then I kind of need this house to go down here to pull it out. I'll deal with the loss of points. Is this the square house we were looking for? It was the square house that could go up here. Oh, and if this house hits down here, does this house here hit that corner? It is hitting everything over there. Let me see if I move it over, if like the blue sphere shows up at all. Like, I'm not seeing the blue sphere pop up, but I'm gonna go for it. It's a risk that I'm willing to take. So we play a house here. We play the square house here that fits perfectly. That is 2 wisp bounces. We don't get another one that can go here. But then you... Oh, you don't pick it up. You still don't, even if you're like all the way over here. Do you underneath it? Okay, how am I getting that down? If I undo this move, and I play this house still here to pick up that wisp? No, it's just out of range. If I play this one here, there's no way with a park that I could get it down, right? There's nothing underneath here that I could play. So I would have to spend a plateau out here to get it down, or I would have to build off of a wall. Like, if I put a wall up here, if it even fits. It's not going to bend around here for me. No, doesn't seem like it. And it's never getting anything higher. Okay, I have backed myself to a corner, and I maybe should have taken the out when I had it. I just thought that like this one stretching that far was abnormal, and that this could be another abnormal pull. Like, it just needs... it needs another full... Yeah, it's a full brick worth of space. I think I could wait on some more buildings to see what I could use to get it down. Or maybe somehow this is closer on one of the ends and I can hit it. I think I already tried that, right? Doesn't work from anywhere. It needs to be placed higher. A tavern. A tavern can save it. I can play it early. Not the greatest play, because there's still more houses that I'd want to play, but it is something that gets me to continue bouncing the wisp. I'm fine with that. There's one more wisp bounce for the count, and we go to the building pack. I think fish kites are going to be better if they scale off of city centers. I think they do. I've got 5 that are going to be in one area with the rest of my big buildings. I'll take it. Not the rest of my big buildings, because it might... Yeah, there's not going to be no hermitage over here. There's a terrace, though. Does not scale off of city centers. I think I should have taken the circus then, because, yeah, it's not worth, like, any points. None. Ugh. 5 parks. That's going to be difficult to place. Or I do... Does this guy... No, can't fit on the corner. Alright, I'll play the tavern. I'll play a house here, or maybe a house over here if it can reach. So a house here reaches that mason. Does it reach any further than it? It reaches just barely this corner. So if I can get a tavern to hit just barely that corner. And there's no spot that is better for it. I could fit it down here, but it's a spot that I want to get a house into. So let's try this. We do one here. And then we do a house here to pick it up. And that works. It gets rid of 2 blocks of space on the plateau. And they're like prime location as well. But I don't think I want to play a house on this ridge. Yeah. I'll realistically get 2 more on this plateau. Which will lead me down and out here. Should I only put 1 more on this plateau? Because, like, is it worth it? This position would be worth it. This isn't. I am getting really messed up on my house rules here. Like, if I had this block first, so much better. Which... Do I dumpster 1 house so that I can get a good position here and a second good position? I think so. This house that I dumpster, where would it be? Here for 19 isn't bad. Can I get it to be any more? 21. I'll take the 21-point house. Hopefully it locks it into place. It does. It aligns it for me. And then this guy can be played here. So that we have the option for more houses to be played over there. If I play this house, then my next house that can be played can be something that fits in this corner, and it'll still pick it up. So that's what we do. Before that though, let's see what the boon is. Adds a wall platform or adds a sealed boon. Ooh, this is difficult because I want wall platforms to be able to have my markets in good locations and so that my mansions can score a lot. But a sealed boon could be used on like the last level to expedite the process. Like imagine if I'm guaranteed to know that like I have a level up at the beginning because I opened up like 5 or 6 sealed boon packs. I think on this one, because I have 24 mansions and I might need to make 2 separate house stacks, I want as many wall platforms as possible. So I'll take a wall platform. Let's see what the building pack is first though. Wall platform. If I get 2 here, I got 1. I'm going to grab an extra wall platform, especially because it'll help me make maybe like 2 house stacks right beside each other and an aviary in the center of them. That could be good. I could have sat on that boon pack for longer because I guess I'm not using the sealed boon or the wall platform for a while, so it's a mistake taking it this early. But knowing me, I might forget that I have a boon for a while. Okay, 37-point house. Now we need to play some other buildings to pull the wisp out of there. While I'm waiting, I could play a wheat field. We've got 2 mills in 1 round. Okay, so a mill over here is worth 37 points. Can be a bit more if I get the statue in. It's worth 39 points. I am going to have at some point 2 mills beside each other. This ruins the spot for a hop field. This doesn't, though. But it doesn't provide me any bonuses for wheat fields being beside it in the future. So I want to do this as like my last mill placement. I want to do something that's going to have wheat fields beside it now. So this feels good. If I take the minus 20-point reduction, I guess it's not minus 20. So 37 is the max I can hit. This is minus 10 points to get more wheat fields around this guy overall. If I move him down further, is that going to give me enough space to play a mill over here that's not in range? Does a mill down here work? A mill down here is a sneaky one that I can do to get some base points. Okay, if I place this one down here, it's not going to get points off of wheat fields that are not placed around it, so I want to place as many wheat fields that wouldn't be around this guy that are around the other ones beforehand. Let's say I place a wheat field here that is still beside this mill. That gets me points. It's not beside this guy. I guess I could place one that's here that is in range of both of them, hopefully. I'll play you right on this corner first and see if this is in range. If it is, I'm keeping it. This is not in range. This would be. Okay, so then I have to play at least one connecting wheat field. So I place that connecting wheat field first and then the mill second. As in you going here, I think, because you'd be the easiest one to connect to. And then you can go down. Now you're an extra 4 points. The wheat field is an extra 4 points. Okay, next building's to place. I've got a lot of parks that I can use. There's a tree that I said that I could delete back here. Right there. That works. We've got another skinny park to deal with. I'll wait, though. If we get a house here, I'll go back to bouncing the wisp around. Water platforms. I'll take those over a circus. I want to see, is this a... Oh, it's a square one. Oh, that's so nice, because now I can just place it here, and a market goes on top of it. Clean and simple. Pyres. I should have actually checked. Does a city center block the line of sight from the other one? Yeah, so I might only get 2 city centers at a time from that angle, but it's still better because of the lumberjacks and the distance away. What about one that goes on this stone over here? Yeah, it only hits one of them. The pyres are turning out to be a lot worse than what I had originally envisioned. Mostly the terrace, also because I didn't put all 4 city centers directly beside each other. It was an option for me to play it earlier then, as long as the city center didn't have the wisp on it. So this is worth 50 on this side, which can be worth more. Yeah, okay, so I'll put 1 pyre down here. I think I'm going to start playing pyres because I might place things that will block city centers off from the line of sight, and pyres on this side are not going to get any better because the next city center I'm placing is probably right here. So we place pyre number 1. Then pyre number 2. These should have been my buildings when I was looking to play the terrace for extra points. To get through to like my next building pack, looking for a mason or something to pull the wisp off of the warehouse. You live and you learn. So pyres, if they're close together, will be points subtracted. Okay. I can still get 37-point pyres. That's another 37-point pyre, but it takes up like a warehouse space. This one isn't going to get any better by getting further away. I can also just take a 43.1 here, and then when I play this guy in the future, it's scaling off of 2 instead. I guess it doesn't matter which order I play these in, because this one is going to scale off of that guy, or that guy is going to scale off of this one. Both of them work. Should I look for, like, spaces for walls? Start planning around that? Actually, I have a house. This is what I wanted to check for. Doesn't fit? Not yet. I need to play another dumpster. No, this house does work. I'm fine with leaving this space behind. It's 1 less wisp bounce. I can just use that space as, or I don't need to have a wisp bounce in that space. If I get a house that's a 2x2, I'll just place it there. And then I can play a park over here to pull it off and like trade it to the mansion. The mansions that I want to place. Now, a wall platform. Can I place anything like really low to get it in range of these guys? Yes, I can. So there's a possibility of me playing mansions underneath this thing first. Let me try placing a mansion first to see how tall it is. And then hoping that a wall platform can go above this. It's not looking likely. And they can't be placed off of anything on the ground or like terraces or anything. They have to be placed off of the cliffside itself. So I could just make a platform for them to be built on. That feels a bit rough. I could make a platform under them to be built on. And then I have one here being a platform for them to be built on, and then one on top of it. It's a bit hard to judge if that's going to be good beforehand or not. And then the aviary goes in between them. I said that I wanted to try doing one mansion set underneath here, and then this guy up here. They don't line up all that well, and since it's like at a different angle, it might not be the best. It doesn't leave enough space for an aviary to be beside it either. Like if I played this wall platform here, I'm getting rid of all of the mansions that could be underneath it. I'm thinking what I want to do, or what I should have done, is move the terrace onto this side over here, so that the pyres could have hit both of these guys, because it's a bit hard to line it up with both of these ones. And then a wall platform beside it, so that the mansions could be played on the terrace, or the wall platform beside the city center for points. Am I fine locking in my last position? I think I played like a random mansion somewhere. This one. Yeah, so I need to undo that. Ah, that's what got me to the next building pack. Right, because I just needed a 1 point. Saved. Okay, do I have a skinny park? I do. Skinny park fits in here, and then the mansion picks it up from the park. Or I could have a fountain pick it up instead. Save more parks for the other location. I think I like that better. Do I? It doesn't save much spot for mansions down here, which score the most. Yeah, no, I want to save this spot down here for mansions. It's like this would be my first one, and then maybe I can fit in a 2-block beside it. Or if I do this, does it line up nicely? No, it doesn't. Okay, I'm gonna spend a park here. I don't have many space for parks left over on the other side. Let's start playing some mansions then. Come on, there has to be a spot that you hit both, right? But it's not going to be lined up like this. Okay, it has to be... Wow, that is so much closer than I was expecting. There. And you are a fine mansion? Now, let's say I place a wall platform just like on the ground here. Is there enough space, or does that hit a city center? It's hitting the city center, which is why it doesn't want to go down. I want to try this to see if mansions can be placed under it. If they can, I'm sticking with this wall platform. No, they can't. Okay, I'm leaving that then. Do I have enough space to wrap one around here? No. Okay, I'll try doing this first, and then I'll get a smaller one in that back corner. But if I wanted to do this one first, I'd have to use a different mansion than this to take up less space. I guess I could... Can I do this instead? But that seems to take up too much, too. And that's definitely too far away. I like this mansion better than this one over here. It only gets 21 points compared to this guy's 29. I could maybe put one down here. No, I actually can't put anything down on the backside. Okay, so then this is better. I'm not going to fit anything in here, but I could fit this guy on this side instead. That works. It's an extra 2 bounces. Before I put you down here, there was a wall platform that I wanted to do on this side that like doesn't score anything for being... Oh, okay. I should have... Let me undo. I'll also decrement that counter so I remember. This wall platform that I place here, I'm fine with, as long as the stuff on the beach I can place underneath the wall platform comfortably. Do I want to have it angled like this? Feels like this gives me more space to work under. Can I move it any further? Like on this wall instead? That feels like a better placement to me. Okay, so if I played this wall platform, is there enough space for me to sneak mansions underneath? There is. I'm taking it. I have to hope for a long L piece if I want that to work out. If I do this instead... No, it's the same thing that I did before. Because if I do this, this piece is too far out to get to the city center. But if I place it in a bit of an awkward angle here, then maybe I can get this one in range of the city center. Guess I could play this one while I wait for a better corner piece here. Oh, this one works as a corner piece, or well enough. One more wisp bounce, play this one more wisp bounce. Let's say I play another wall platform somewhere around here to get more points. I could play it here. Decrement that counter. If I play a wall platform here, where would I be playing my aviary afterwards, after everything's built? Because I could play mansions underneath this one wall platform and above it, and then the things in between are getting a bunch of points. Aviary. Here. You could be played back here, and you get everything underneath and on top, and you get a wisp, so you get an extra 5 points. I like that. That's enough. I think it's worth it to put another wall platform beside this one, then. Is it worth it to put any kind of, like, city center out here? What about a shaman? It's worth -3 compared to the 60 over there. There's never a world where I put enough mansions around the shaman to make it worth it. Let me open my next building pack while I wait. Wheat fields, houses, mansions. The wheat fields I can place pretty easily. I know where I wanted them to go. Placing them down and off to the right so that this mill gets more of them in the future is better. So 25 points. Place you first. Again, sticking to the right side being better so that this mill hits more. Ah, they need to be placed quite far down for this mill to hit more. If it was like... But this one is too close. If it was here, that would be perfect. No grass or space to build here, though. I can place this mansion down here. That's still beside one city center and underneath the other wall platform. I think that's good enough. Let's try... If I overlap these, it'll give my mansions less space to be built on, but more space to... Ooh, do I put one of my plateaus in front of this guy for space for my mansions to be built on? I think so. I've got 3 of them. I need to start placing some of them. My houses already have some more space on that side to be built on, and maybe I can play a water platform in front of them, but plateaus are just better for mansions. So if I play you here, is there still enough space for me to get my mansion on this side to tuck in? Yes, there is. Okay. And before I do that, I should get my wall platform so that this guy is scoring off of the city center, the plateau, and both the wall platforms. Now, because I have so many plateaus, I'm probably going to have the space to build all 25 of my mansions somewhere, and I might get more wall platforms in the future. If I do, then the wall platform would just go here, and they get built on top. I don't know. I don't like that much. Because it also blocks where the aviary is. That isn't how that works. Where would I place more mansions if I had the ability to? I mean, I've got one more city center, so I could make, like, an outcropping that doesn't score too much. That sucks, but I'm not trying to benefit off of temples or jewelers here, so it's not the worst thing. I still think this is good, but I'm now coming around to the idea of I need more space to build more mansions. 25 is a large amount. So there's one, and then let's make sure that I can, like, build under here, or, like, yeah, that seems like I can get under far enough. You are worth 34, quite the amount. No, I don't think there's a way that I tuck this building any further under there. I could start playing on the plateau specifically, and then I could use a fountain, like, up here to be able to move the wisp if I need to. Let's get that next wheat field down. Another boon. Precious or shrink building. So if I take shrink building, I can get more points off my hermitage. If I take precious, one of my pyres could score off of all of these buildings, all of these trees, and that could be my high scoring one. If I use shrink building, the hermitage that I place in the back corner doesn't get to be precious anymore, and that was what I was trying to get to be, like, the highest scoring one. Like, if it gets placed, I think there's a spot in here. Maybe I put a lumberjack or a park down that's, like, taken over this spot now. But, like, I wasn't able to make this fit for 145 points, right? I could make it fit down here. So, do I have score multipliers? I think I do. Yeah, the score multipliers are going to have to be used on something other than the hermitage. The hermitage has to be shrunk if I want it to score as high as I would hope. The pyre. Every building adds +1 to its score. I feel like that's... Is that going to be the highest scoring building? Is it going to be worth more than, say, 150? I mean, I'll get not an aviary that's worth more. I'll probably get a market that's worth more. Yeah, it's already worth 100. I'll be able to place it on a water platform out... it doesn't reach the warehouse then. And I don't want to take up that space. Is the fish kite going to be worth more in the future? I think I'm taking the precious because my pyre is somehow going to be my highest scoring building. I'm hoping that, when I take precious, it's not just stuff in its line of sight that counts as in its range, and it's just anything in its range that counts, you know? So it's feeling like a precious spoon pack. Now, a lot of buildings to place. Let's continue going with the mansions, do more of our wisp bouncing. I want to take up as little space in that corner as possible. Maybe this 2x2 isn't the greatest then. What I would like to... if I leave one extra bit of space, that keeps the ability to move one of my, like, hooks in back here. But if I just do this, that is the hook that is moved into the back corner. Or I can do... this takes up the least amount of space. This... if I do it like this, is a future building going to be in range of the city centers? No. Okay. How would I best fit this mansion? One here, and then the next one fits in here. So there's one. So now knowing that I'm getting this building, I can back this up, use this mansion to hook in this direction, and then place the 2x2 here instead. And then it's also closer so that my fountain has an easier time picking it up. Lots of parks. Tons of them, really. 16 points, not worth it, especially compared to the 26 without a bounce of up here. Let me see what a fountain on the outside looks like. Oh, it's going to be 5 less than that. 31 isn't a bad fountain. 50 is a pretty damn good fountain, but it's better for me to put a mansion in, against these walls. If I can move this guy out and still have him pick up the wisp, that would be the best. No, I might put a fountain in that corner instead. This guy wraps around it. It still hits both the city centers, and then ones in the future will hit this wall platform instead of both the city centers. Fountain in the corner feels good enough. Am I placing any more buildings around here? Does like one of my new houses fit? Did I get a small piece? No, I got an S shape. I could here for 19. This is 21. Yeah, a house down here isn't happening. I don't need to worry about the fountain getting any more points. A fountain for 50 is good. It also counts for the aviary, so I'm not losing out on any value from an aviary going up here. And now we will look for another spot for a mansion, which I already discussed is here. Now, are these a little bit too close and I don't have enough space for buildings between them? I could put a wall in between them, actually. It's doing a weird thing again. Is it not able to walk up that little gap? Oh, it isn't. Okay, the walls get a little bit weird sometimes. I would not be the one that programmed the wall logic. $34 is hard to pass up, but it might be that another building takes up less space down here. I'm gonna try this and see if there's a way that I can shimmy this guy against this wall platform into position. No? Then I do want to wait because I want there to be one building here and like another one that can take up the space somehow. I guess there is... Is there no way to get that done? I would have to have a small L block here and then like a small L block here. But then I really need to wait on my wisps. You back it up? I guess I am going to fill these up for the aviary anyways. Why not actually fill up the platform? So one there. It's too close to the wall, so I can't fit in this guy comfortably. Can I fit him in on this side? Nope. And I can't fit him underneath, right? Ooh, I like 20. Seems like a pretty good building. We can't fit you in that corner. We need a different L shape for that to work. We could fit you in like this and then use a corner piece over there. Does that leave there to be any more space left to build here? I mean, I can build kind of like sideways and maybe that will fit in. A lot more houses than I'm expecting and a lot of walls. I'll have to start like... Man, where would I even want to get these, like, because there are 20 extra points on the archways. I'd want to learn how to, like, start snaking these, or, like, leave space behind to snake them through. I'm just not used to building with walls yet, so it's not something I'm actively thinking of. Oh, did I get another boon? Oh, we're really close to getting another boon. Well, I can do the little, the cheeky thing of adding some building that scores some amount of points. We get the boon, we undo it, and we see what that boon is. Bargain. Select a building to get a copy of, but your choices are limited to a single option 5 times. I'm not using options anymore, so then this means that my... what is it? My options for what island I'm going to are limited, and I don't want to be limited like that again in the future. Travel. Complete this island. This boon can only be used once per run. It's a pretty good time to get this out of the draw pack by using a travel as my, I guess it's my second to last boon. So I'm using up 2 boons to say that no, I'm never going to be seeing travel again for my run. I'm fine with that, honestly. These are the only boons that I'm running with. I don't want bargain. It's a bad choice for me. Travel is, yeah, I'm fine to give up this boon. Back to it. Should I be placing down huts any earlier? They're worth more out here. If I can get a market out here on like a water platform, maybe I can put some huts along like the edge of where the water platform is. I mean, even here works. Cute spot for them. What am I thinking of doing? I could place down the wheat fields. Those are easy to place. Let me see what the points on the mill are if I get it in range of just one of them. So like this is worth 33. This is worth 43? 38. Maybe 38 if I get lucky. 38 if I place one here. If I place this guy up here, it's just worth 34? It's worth 32. I place some more wheat fields that'll be in range of this guy here, and then I'll save these positions for wheat fields that can go beside this mill. So this is a position that I wanted to play. This is a position that I wanted to play before that guy goes down. What about a circus? Can I put it like here to be beside a lot of houses? Not as many as I was thinking. This could also be a good spot, a good backup spot. It does hit one of the mansions. Yeah, because I feel like I'd want to put houses beside the city center, not the circus. 34 is pretty good too. No lumberjack yet. I'd prefer to do parks, and I've got 7 of them. I should probably get like the rest of my parks sorted over here before I move on to new areas with them. Or not new areas, but just that I start taking like really bad ones, like ones that are worth 10 points for the promise that monuments and hermitages in the future are going to do better. I don't have a way to shrink my building, by the way, so I could increase the area of my hermitage if I were to place it down here and collect everything, I think. Let me see what that looks like. It's worth 180, 185. So if I play more parks on this side, it could be more worth it. Yeah, there just isn't enough space to play this guy up here. And there's no better spot around the edges to play it. So the range increase might be used on this compared to one of my pyres. Let me just see what that would be like. I mean, that's not too bad. If I had more pyres over on this side, it could be worth more. Because it would connect to those pyres, giving like 27 points each. Is 27 the max? 27 is. So this ups it from being, what, like 50 points to 60? And the others... Oh. The other range increase ups it from like 80 points to 180. Yeah, because this is still worth 40. If If I play this pyre down now, I'm not really getting rid of effective space from my mansions or anything else that wants to be played. But then, hold on, what's the thing that I have to undo? Is that, I think, a wheat field? Yeah, it's a wheat field. Okay. I play this pyre down now. The pyre here in the future is worth an extra 15 points. Not this one, though. What if I were to place you on, like, this edge right here? Doesn't have enough space. If I were to place you here, you connect to both of them, but you only offer, like, 5 and 10 points. Not that many extra. Is that better than playing a house there? Yes. Oddly enough. I think I'll do that then. With 3 pyres, I kind of want to have them scale each other. Okay, this is also worth 37, and it's not taking up any prime real estate. And it's giving, I think, 15 points to that one. This one in the middle was giving 15 points to each of these guys, which I could move back to give a few more. Like, this guy could be worth 50 then, instead. He's worth 40 here. And if I have that pyre up, he'll be worth even more, hopefully. I'm going to lock in a 36 pyre over here. Could also lock in another 40.1 over here before spending a last one over here that's worth a lot extra, 67. You know, I'm fine with that. Another tavern, a lot more mansions. I have not prepped for having this many mansions, by the way. If I put down another plateau here, which is its best scoring location, I could get a few more mansions on it, but it doesn't score a lot. If I put a plateau over here and I get more mansions on it, I've kind of like made the place that I'm going to have my aviary beside already, so I don't need to scale that anymore. I could just have the mansions do well over here. If I play a mansion up top here, so this is the correct L shape? It is. Okay, I think that's what I'm going to do. In future, I'll lead the wisp over here, play some plateaus and some mansions. If I wanted a city center to be beside to like extend that area's reach at all, I don't think I can do that. What I could do, if I get more wall platforms in the future, city center over here and then wall platforms beside it. Okay, okay. Let's continue over here. This is easy. It's got a wisp on it. I should be playing these. I can't get any more wall platforms or anything else to scale them. I'm hoping to fit you in here. Come on, I don't want to waste all of this space, you know? You would be able to fit over on this side, though. That's not as good. Back that up. See if there's a way that I can make this work. Not enough space to play it diagonally like that. Surprising, honestly. But there is enough to have it lined up like this. But there's nothing else that can go in here apart from, like, maybe it makes a wall scoring better? I thought it would go through the center. Yeah, like that. But no. No, it goes around the outside. I think I'm going to save space on the inside then of having this guy here. And then I would need to place another fountain to be able to bring the wisp over from the other mansion, but that's fine. It's still pretty high scoring. There's going to be mansions that are played beside it for more points. If this guy goes down like this, is there a way that I fit in one more on this corner? Like here? Maybe. But that'll be saved for a future placement. Yep. Okay. That's... I feel like I've overcounted some bounces. I'm not going to count that one. Fountain here. I have it take up space on the wall platform. That is like losing me points from mansions. It's an extra, how many? 13. It's an extra 10. This takes up space away from my aviary though. Let me make sure that my aviary can still be played around that position. Where is it? There? Can be played on this side. It loses out on some of the mansions that are placed on the right side of things. No, it can be played over here, and it misses out on like misses out on one fountain. That's it. Okay, so yeah, I do play the fountain up higher then. Like this. It doesn't score around as many buildings in the future, but then that also leaves me space to put a fountain down here to score off of all of the mansions. Or a fountain underneath, maybe. That might score more. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay. 26 points. That's what we were looking for. There. And it does take up the space over top of the wall platform as before, the space that I wanted to use. We've got a second boon. Can't do anything with that because we're going to have to unlock travel first. We have another mason now. That feels like something I play later as a way to like link the wisp somewhere. Mansion next. Does this go fully into the corner? The fountain is stopping it by a bit, which I think is actually going to stop the rest of my buildings from doing so, but I've already locked it in by adding the building pack, so I'm not going to get like a perfect build on top of this platform. We'll see. We'll see. Do I fit in another building here? No, I don't. I don't. That's tragic. Okay, I'm going to try to. Hold on, if I have you there, so you're taking up only like half of the white line on the outside, do you fit? You do? You have like no wiggle room though? Are you halfway along the line there? Okay. Let me try doing it in the other direction then. So like if you're halfway on the line like you were before, like this, do you have enough space? Now you don't have enough space. And I would rather build tighter to this side. So I need to do this. Or I could have it go over the edge here. That blocks my aviary from being as far forward. I'm going to try placing it first and seeing if the aviary still works. Where are you? The aviary still works. Hits most of the buildings. I think it misses like 1 or 2 mansions down there. But it's nothing that I'd get mad at. Yeah, if it was moved up... Wait, if it's moved up, it's not saying that it's getting any extra points, actually. It's just the same amount. Okay, that's a good placement, then. That is a wisp bounce. Then you can still be beside the platform by being placed like this. That's a good thing. Then we're hoping for an L piece, yeah, that can snake in on this side. I was hoping for another L piece to like hook around to this corner here, but that's fine. Yeah, and then we do have a bit of extra space, so I'm going to try leaving space in the middle to put a wall down, perhaps? Something like this. It does pretty like smoothly leave the area. So that could be like how I start out the chain of walls. We get a 22 pointer here. This one, no, because this needs to be the aviary that's taking up the space. And 22 points isn't like crazy for a wall, especially after I place my first one. They'll all be worth plus 20 points from whatever their original score was. A wall right here. A wall right here, though. Ooh, that works. Maybe then I could place a wall down the edge. The walls again. Like this in the future. It's not scoring much on the outside of things, but it could be nice to join them together. I guess there's not much to score on this side of things then either. Okay, we're still playing a mansion here at the very least. And then we're playing this one. It's removing one block of space. I'm fine with it removing that one block of space, especially because it gets me beside both wall platforms. Okay, this guy. You could fit on this corner pretty nicely. You're only 15 points instead. Do I start placing anything underneath? If I did, it would probably be a fountain to get a bunch of points, and the mansions would just be to help scale the aviary at the end. I don't want to place actual buildings down there, unless there was a plateau here to help them scale, because they like being beside plateaus. Then like 3 are up against a wall platform. I mean, I have 12 more mansions to place. I think I need to fit more in here. Would I rather have a plateau over here then instead? Because then the buildings on top of the wall platform are going to benefit slightly off of this guy. It makes me reduce my point total by 24. I reasonably can't get it under and fit mansions underneath. So this guy's worth 24. I'm gonna have a few, like one mansion on the wall platform pick it up, and like 2 or 3 from this plateau pick up the wall platform. This way it's probably going to be like 3 on the wall platform picking it up, and what is it? 4 down below. If I move it in just a little bit, get rid of some building space on the plateau, I don't need that much space on the outside, I can get an extra 10 points. I think this is worth it then. So we play this here. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm not seeing a mason that would get close enough to this plateau to make it like a higher point total. Let's get, where is it? A mansion from here. Yeah, these ones are going to score off of this plateau now. And they could have for, no, just this section. I was thinking that it was going to be longer. We don't do you at any weird angles or anything. We just play you as normal. Yep. 1. And then 2 goes here, and then 3 goes in the corner. Let's open up the building pack, see what we get. A verdure this late. Where would I even place that? You can place them on top of plateaus. That's cute. I'll save that for later. That seems like a decision I shouldn't be making now. You can be beside a mill. You'd also be beside this one. I don't want to play you yet. You might be beside this mill. I don't want to play you yet. You aren't beside any mills, so it doesn't matter if I play you before or after. So now I think I'm finally safe to play this guy out here. Right? I think this wheat field isn't going to be in range of him. If I put him more in the center, it would be. No, that's a longer range than what I'm expecting. It could be. Let me place the mill down first. Where is it? Mill. It was one of the recent buildings I got, I think. So we try there, and then we see if 2 wheat fields are going to be in range of the mills. Only 1 is, so then I can play this wheat field first. I can actually play this wheat field up here too. Let's go back to the mansions that I was placing. Then we can hop you down below and then back up when we need to for a little bit. I would like you to take up as little space in front as possible. So it's 1. Don't have the space to hop you back up, not yet. And this would fill up the space perfectly, so I'd want to place this guy further off to the right side. So like It's going to be hard to line it up perfectly on the plateau. 1, 2, 3 spaces worth. If I do it in the center here, I think it's better if I do not this here. I'll check it with the next building that I have to make sure that there's space on both sides to build. So you here, not enough space, just barely enough space. So I have to have one of these spaces be 1 thick because I put the plateau too close to the wall. And I'm fine with this one being the 1 thick space. I could also have you curve down and over this building. That works too. So if I undo you. So I think like this here. That feels better. And then I'll play you up here. That's 2 bounces. And I have another 2x2. That is perfect timing, actually. I usually don't like these buildings, but it's not wasting any space. And then you are going to be a bit hard to place. You could be put all the way out to the side. I guess this might be in range of the aviary still, so it's fine to play. With these people going so far out, I could have put a city center down earlier. There's not going to be enough mansions near it to be worth it, I don't think. Maybe I could place them back here, but then they're not on the plateau or on the wall platform anymore. I'm going to lock in those building positions. We've got yet another fountain. I mean, this fountain is looking pretty damn juicy down below. And I could even get a few more mansions in beside it afterwards. Okay, let me zoom out as far as I can so that I can push it underneath as far as I want to. Okay, if I zoom in, can I still get the minus 15 from before? Yeah. It's like there is as close as I want it. I think I was at 10 points. I'm gonna make sure I don't stop at 55. Yeah, okay, that was a 60 pointer. Yeah, okay. And then a mansion can fit in beside it. I pulled the wisp onto it. Ooh, that might actually be a good thing because I want the wisp to be on one of my mansions by the end so I can remove it from this area using a tower. Or I think the aviary first. No, the aviary can pick it up from wherever. As long as the aviary that I have is going to reach all the way out to the right, that's fine. You know, I could have also scored the aviary being off of just in like a densely populated area. It doesn't matter what the population is, and I use my precious on it. Or, I have a score oh, I'm using the score multiplier on the aviary easily. It's gonna get it to its max score, I think. What is it currently sitting at? 80 plus 60%. That's an extra, at least 50, which is 40. Yeah, that's 125 points right now. Okay, I've got a maxed out aviary. Whenever I see it as like a building, I could then pick it up to say, no, I'd like to go to the next building pack. Because by the time that I like find the aviary, my level up is only going to be 120. Like it's going to be less than 125 points. So I see that building pack and I just know that I can place it anywhere. Like I could place it out in the middle of nowhere on one of these locations, you know, and I'll still get to the next building pack and I don't have to worry about putting it in the middle of my hot zone. Oh, sure, I'm losing the like 20 or so or 30 or so points that I could get by like really densely populating an area with mansions or fountains or other things that will scale an aviary, but I'd rather use like a jeweler in that location or a temple if ever I find that building. Okay, let's get the mansions placed. I think there's space for only 1 down this side. Yeah, and if I go like really far in, it's not going to have any space behind the fountain. I mean, maybe I can slide it. Okay, let me get it locked in first. Like placeable. Come on, you were before. There. And then if I slide you in. If I angle you from this direction, can you go any further? No. So I shouldn't really worry about how it's being placed. I can just place the mansion like this. Call it a day. 1. Oh, I think I accidentally undid it. But that isn't close enough to this next mansion, so I'm going to need to do the weird trickery that I did before. Rotating it 1 and then getting it, like, yeah, stuck in there. We have another one, but it's not scaling off of these platforms at all, so I think I'm gonna wait on most of my mansions being played. Okay, 17 isn't bad still. Putting it up here beside where the aviary would go. I just need to find a way to get it up there first. Another fountain, perhaps? Let's see where fountains look good. So this is a much better location than over here. This is actually it's only 21 points. This is 29. Fountain can't fit in there. I don't think it can slide, like, underneath. Yeah, it's in range of one of the other fountains. This, if I had enough space, could have been, like, a spot for 2 fountains. So it's looking like out here is the best, but there's no way for me to pick it up after that happens if I want the wisp to come out here. So I just don't have the wisp come out here. Do I want even more building space? Like this, so that more mansions can be beside the wall platform in this plateau? We get like 1, 2... no, that's not worth it. That's not enough. I'd want to have the city centers beside, like, the masons and a plateau, and then I can play the mansions there. Like, a plateau out in the middle of the lava sea here. Maybe it gets close enough. It doesn't. No, the next plateau should go here, and then the mansions can go on top of it on this side. I put one more mansion down here as like a 15-pointer, just call it a day, and then I get the aviary up to its max score. I'm not going to think about it. I'm just going to do it. I want to see an aviary at 125 points. Where are you? Here. Come on, I need to see you at 125 before I place you down. 131? Actually, it needs to pick up the wisp. It needs to be further to the right. So that means I don't need to place that one mansion before. Yeah, I can save the mansion for later. Back it up. We've still got pressure or score multiplier activated. And we put the aviary here. Okay. Now I need to find a way to pull, like, that wisp off and deal with it in other, like, more industry buildings. I've got a lot of buildings spanned across the board. I can't just, like, pass wisps through a residential district like this anymore. I've got to get a bit trickier with it, so we'll save that for next time. Okay, last I left off, I had gotten the wisp onto the aviary, and I was talking about popping it off to be able to bounce around between a lot of the bigger buildings in some kind of order so that I can get the +5 onto all those buildings. It might not be worth it to do that. I might be shoehorning myself into, like, poor positions, but I want to open up the option to get the wisp onto other buildings in the future. Okay, let's say I want to get it onto something like the Mason. That doesn't score any kind of points on it. I think a tower might pick up points from the aviary. No, a mansion beside the aviary could pick up enough points. And I think I had a good location on this side of the fountain because it's beside the wall platform. This also gets beside a plateau and a wall platform if I can squeak it in enough, but it seems like too big a mansion. If I play one for, like, a base score down here, this is... 11 doesn't feel like enough for me to, like, warrant placing a mansion down. I'd want something higher. And if I commit to one over here, which is it's a pretty good mansion. It's 20 points, not the greatest. I'm not going to be able to wrap it back around to this side without some other kind of building. This one is what, 19, and this one was 18, I believe? Am I able to get it close enough? That seems like it's going to be a bit too far in, even if I get, like, the corner piece. Yeah, that feels a bit too far. Oh, wait. What? Don't understand how that worked before, but oh, there, it's clipping onto the wall platform over here. It's like bridging the gap itself. That's interesting. Am I going to be able to get another one with some more points? No, it can't get in range of the plateau from here. Oh, it did for like a second, but it felt like it did when I pulled it backwards. It sinks into the ground a slight amount. Okay, well that's only 9 points, and I could just make better mansions later. However, it is still getting the wisp points. Okay, if I could do this, 17 points. I'll take that mansion. That's good enough. Okay, so now from here, I've got 4 more mansions to place. How many houses? I've got 7. Houses are going to probably be my next large amount of placements. The plateau that I wanted to put over here was for mansions. I think I could put it down and still get some houses, like on the outskirts, because it'll do fine, like on top of it. And the space close towards the city center will be for the mansions. Mansions will be like here, houses will be out here. That tracks. I can also get that one spot for the house up here. To be able to do so, I would need to place down like an early tower to pull it over. But to get a bunch of extra points on, what is that, 7 houses, that's 35 total points, I'm fine to do so. If I play it further back, that could be, like, 1 gets played here, and then 1 gets played out here eventually. Maybe this instead. Doesn't look like great spots. Okay, so if that's picking it up at 71, I would need to get that out of range of a tower. I could place 2 towers down then, one from this side getting everything, and one from this side getting everything. This one doesn't get very many points. Okay, is it better to just have the like towers beside each other, or at least the 2 in the middle beside each other, and then this one beside all of the masons can still be played for some of the residences as well? So then, am I fine pulling it straight to the middle? How would I get it onto houses in the future? So I play a tower here. I think I've got a mason in my inventory. I can play a mason. I don't like the mason. I don't love the mason position there. It'd be better if I could get it all the way over here, but that feels like it's too far away. Yeah, see, I could play it for 16 points here, and then play a house that's a little bit further away. Like this. I guess it'd have to be out here first, and then one like this, and then onto the plateau ones. And I'm giving a bad house location in a position that I don't want to, that I might want to use for... Wait, can a circus fit there? A circus could. I don't think I'm getting much better spots for a circus, so it could be a house first, and then a circus it pops onto, and then a house that pops it off the circus as well. Then that gets the circus on, or sorry, the wisp onto the circus for an extra 5 points. I'm all right with that line. If I place it like really far out, like here, and I don't get many of the houses, I could save... I could still hit all of the masons like I want to. And then these guys down here, as long as they're out of range of this right here, which they are. Then I could play 2 down here. They're not the full 80 points. Oh, 70. Right, because it's hitting the wisp, which is why it's worth a lot more. Or... No, it's hitting more masons the further down I bring it. Okay, so I place one all the way up here. Let me just see if that mason is going to be in range of it. Yes, it will, because it's in range of the brickyard above it. So I'm good to play 1 here. I want to double check basins do well beside towers and it's not just the other way around. No, okay, good. I'm just thinking that every extra point that I get now is going to make it more difficult to get the points in the future. Or more difficult to get like a tower in range here of everything that I want it to be without having it be in range of that tower up top. This seems pretty good though. 2 tower locations in here. Now before I open this next building pack, I should double check that the mason's in range, and it is. By a pretty large margin too. I'll open up the next building pack then and count my wisp bounce up. We have a second circus and a third market. Now would be a time that I would want demolish. I don't think I'm gonna get the greatest markets off, actually. Like, there's not many locations for them. I mean, this is all right, but okay. There's the water platform that I had planned, but it doesn't get it in range of the warehouse. There's no like location here that I could play them, and if I got a wall platform to play a market, I'd rather just play a wall platform somewhere else to put more mansions on them, like maybe out here so that it overlaps a bit with the plateau. I think I've already like I would need 2 wall platforms to make it worth it to play the mansions outside of like the places that I already have set up for them. Let's play the mason. Oh, and I don't think I counted the wisp bounce from that tower. I did. I haven't counted it for the mason yet, though. So there's good. And then the circus needs to go down after the house because it's not going to pull it off of the mason itself. So the house needs to be giving how much space for the circus? A little bit past this house here. Yeah, so this isn't going to be in range of the mason that I need it to be. This is blocking off the good circus location. So we'd want it to be around here, I think. Back it up a bit more. Let's see. And then a circus can fit in there. It's got a bit of extra space. I could move this guy a bit further down then. Where is my... There are my houses. Could even be moved further down, but I think that's good. 2 wisp bounces for the house and the circus. And now the circus should have like about the same range as the houses, so I don't need to worry about like playing some of my other houses first before getting this guy down. Let's play the last 6 of them. This is looking like a pretty good one. I could save that for mansions in the future. And this guy's getting 5 less. I think I go with this one here. Well, this is an unruly piece. And that doesn't look like enough space to fit anything, so there's only effectively 1 square of space back there, even though it looks like there's so much extra. This is good, but it starts blocking off a good location for my plateau. Which, actually, I should undo this house right here. Which, hold on, this was 61, 62, 63, 64. I haven't counted the bounce onto that guy yet. Okay. The plateau here needs to get pushed up as far as it can, and it will also help the houses themselves score. Hold on. Does the plateau get like any better over here now that I've played more masons? No, and I don't think there is space up here enough for it, but it can't get close to the plateaus itself. If it could be placed here, maybe. If it could be placed in between the city centers, that would be great, which I think I already did with this one. So a base 48 score, is that better than a 20? It's a 36. It's only 8 points off, and I'm getting... Wait, how did I get the... Come on, eke forward like you did before. It has to be... Wait, what? Whatever. It's 36 points. I'll take it. And then we can put... I think a 2x2 mansion is what goes down in this slot. It looks like there's enough space for a 2x2. Mansions are what goes along this corner, so I could use a park to trade it from the house that I'm about to place to the mansion. Houses. Here. So I said that I wanted to play you over here before, but the mansions aren't going to get better than 30 points, and the houses, they have more range. They're going to be more versatile. Yeah, and 29 points, it's nothing to scoff at. I'll play it for 24, leave some more space over here open. I won't forget to count the bounce this time. Where do I place the house? If it goes too far out, it's not going to pick up the wisp. Okay, let's say I place like a city center over here, outside of the range of the other ones. Then these houses could be better. I have another 5 houses to place. This is like a high scoring city center at base. I could get a higher one by putting it over here or up top. So 46 as opposed to 31. This is a whole extra 15 points. I would need to play 3 houses beside it down here to make it more worth it. 2.5. But I've already gotten rid of so much of the effective space around the city center that I think playing it down here is not as good as playing it up here and then just playing some houses up top. So I can wait on that city center still. We take a house. I think I'd rather play it further back first beside more of the masons and then move it up towards the plateau after placing a few more of these guys. I want to expunge the space, and I think it's good enough to play it with houses just because of the 4 masons up top. So like here for 19. Here for 24 seems fine. And then this one, hold on, I wanted a better fit for this location. I don't know if I'm getting it though. And it is wasting 2 blocks of space, quote unquote wasting. If I don't have a good, curve to slot in that location any better, but I can't zoom in any further. I could put it, if I do it like this, it saves a spot for a house that is a small corner piece. And I know that I'm not getting that small corner piece next, but I could. And then I can play this one. I can move it up a bit for 25 instead. I'm forgetting to do the wisp bounce counter. Hold on. 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. And then 65, 66, 67, 68. I think it should be at 69 right now. Nice. Houses. This guy could fit in here, and that's 20 points. It's not bad. It's not great either. Can I get a park down instead? Okay, if I put a park down here instead of over here, it's getting a lot more points. And then, but I can't transfer it to a mansion on this. So we want to put a house down over here and then a park, and then I can put some mansions down for a bit. So it's still better for me to play a house over here. For a crisp 20 points. Now I think I want to transfer it over with a park. And then I'll play a few mansions down. Now, I'm not asking myself the questions of like, oh, is this going to be like the best location for it? I'm just assuming that like, yeah, 22 mansions enough. It's a little bit late to make this decision, but it might be better to play faster and looser so that I can make more mistakes and learn from them quicker rather than try to optimize for like 2 points on every single building that I place. Like the mistake that I made here of playing the terrace to box out the city centers from being able to be seen by the pyres over here, that's like a systemic mistake. I need to reduce those compared to like the micro mistakes of, oh, can I get a few more points, but like an extra 2 if I play this mansion first before this one. We get a 3x1 that can fit into here, which is nice. And I don't think I'm going to be getting... Hold on, is there space enough for 2 of them in here? Because if there is, I'd want to keep that around. But I think last time I proved that there wasn't. I'm going to place this just to see what it looks like. We get another corner piece. Maybe I get lucky. No, no such luck. Okay, let me undo. Increase the bounce counter for the mansion that I popped it onto, and play this mansion lower. I guess it saves space for like a tavern or something. Maybe there's enough space for a tavern in there. And then I can play a few mansions out here. I mean, a mansion up top could be good as well, but it would be a bit hard to reach. Because I'd need it, yeah, I can't ever reach it with a park up here. I'd need it to be on something that's close enough, and the Wisp is never going to reach that. Let me check my houses to make sure that I didn't, or that I don't have one that's going to fit this well. It does. I would like to place this even if it doesn't get a wisp, just because it makes the terrace look so orderly. I don't know. I'll play it before the wisp bounce. Sure, sure. Okay, I've got 2 building packs to add. I'll lock in my building positions so far. Another tavern, another sawmill, and another park. Ooh, and I should have been hitting these building packs before I get to a draw of 2 points per pack. Hopefully that didn't cycle around. I don't think it's going to. It'd be too quick, you know? Not getting enough points. I'm kind of interested to see how much the huts are worth. I guess all of my things have like masons beside them, all of my city centers. So it's a bit difficult to get like really high scoring huts. I've got 26 out here, and then I've got like 18 on the inside. I guess I could find some like spaces that don't have as many masons in front of them, but still hit all of the city centers. So like where I wanted to place the towers, that's the location that grants me a bit more. Oh, they can fit underneath the wall platform. Interesting. Yeah, out here is fine. If I get a second water platform, hold on, where would my markets go? Because like if my market is worth 91 down here as opposed to it's 96 up top. This seems like a spot for a market, and that's non-negotiable. I'll wait for all my warehouses to go down first. This could be another spot for a market, just because I'll put a few more houses down here, and there's going to be a second warehouse. Man, it's kind of nice seeing all like the lit up 2s because of all the residential buildings, and seeing 165 on a building. But it's just, there's too many ridges here. I'm not going to manage to put a market down. What about a fountain? Is there like a spot for a fountain over here that I should be considering earlier? Because I've got 3 of them, which feels like a lot. 19 points, not really worth it. I think out here was where I was going to place one for 29 as a pretty good score. 21 also feels decent. Decent, but like not what I should be like hoping for more with my fountains. I could play one further back here, hitting one of the city centers. If I hit both of them, then I'm taking up real estate from where the mansions want to go. Let me place a mansion down to pull the wisp up and out of that corner. Can I do this? It's not in range of the city center. Is this? No? Okay, I have to take up the space then. So there. What about a fountain behind it right here? I mean, that's a pretty good scoring one, and I'll get a few more mansions down. Just out of range. If the city center was closer to the plateau, then it would have worked. If I do this, it probably saves enough space for one more mansion to go in the bottom corner there. I'm not going to be able to test, though. I'd have to lock it in too early. Can I play other things before I do that, then? There was the shaman over here that I wanted. They are not going to make the hermitage or the monuments any worse, and I should place them down before I get rid of any more blooming trees with my parks. Are lumberjacks not going to like them for some reason? Nope, just other lumberjacks. Okay, so then I can play 2 shamans down here, and I don't want them in range of each other, so one is getting played on this side, and one is getting played on the other. 55 for one of them, and then the second one would have to be played like back here. That's also a decent score. Oh, we've got a 63 over here because it blocks a lot of the rays. I'm fine with taking a 63. We've got a 53 up here, hitting no trees. I can't get it close enough to the wall here to get any of those points from the rays being blocked while getting the blossomed trees. Maybe if I get it along here? Taking a minus 15 from the shaman down there. Hold on. So that shaman is worth how much? 63, I'm gonna say? There's a place that I can angle it to get 63, like almost assuredly. Yeah, okay, so that's worth 63. This one up here is worth 77. 79? It's worth 79. I could realistically play a shaman there, and then one more. I guess I couldn't play it in the middle because this guy's going to block the middle section from being playable. It could be played from this tree or outside. So I'd get 50-point shamans if I take the 79.1. And if I play this guy a bit further back, he's not going to get 60 points, but he can also dodge this one. I think I'll play this one for not like 79 points, because then it moves this space out a bit too far. Hold on. Does the shaman fit by the sawmill here? No? Okay. And up top, it's going to block out the trees, or it's not going to block enough rays. So if I play that one for 61 points instead of 63, can I play this guy without hitting the other shaman? Where'd they go? There we go. I'd have to play him over here for 63 points instead of playing him over here for 62 points. I think it's fine to have them overlap then. Yeah, and if I play you up top, you don't block any of your rays, so you're not worth as much. If I play you even further out for less than 61 points, I will be able to recoup 15 of them. That's taking too many point losses. What about playing it further down here? Not getting it straight in the corner? This feels like it's going to be closer. This feels like it'll be further away, but need to make sure it doesn't... Well, it's not like deleting things are bad all the way out here. It's not going to be hit by the hermitage or the parks. Let's try 57 instead of a 61 and see if we can get the highest scoring shaman over here. $71 is all right, but still not what we're looking for. Yeah, because that's the 79 shaman right there. And I don't think it's getting outside of the range of this guy. I'm fine to have the shamans stack on top of each other. I'll maximize this guy for points. There's the 63. And then you should be 64 at max. Oh, did he get rid of a tree down there so you're only going to be worth 62? Let me double check. No, he didn't. He got rid of a flower, and that's what does it. So we play you first, then. $79, and then 48. Nice. Okay, next up on the chopping block, 30 more points to get to the next building pack, which is only 2 draw. So I'm going to get a lot more buildings still, but this is the majority of what I'm going to have. I'm not going to continue gaining in buildings. It's just going to drop from here. Right, I wanted to play a mansion around here, but I wanted to make sure that I could, like, check to see how big he is. So he's not going to be played yet. The fountain going to be getting any better here? No, and I'm not going to bounce anything to and from the fountain. It's too difficult. So I'll play a 29-point fountain. I think that's 1 point off. No, it's okay. We pass. Hopefully a mansion? No, a wheat field, though. That can be played. I think we play the mill first, though. Okay, mill. There it is. So now if this is close to the other mill as possible, there might be some wheat fields, yeah, that hit both of them. Hopefully we get 2 that hit both of them. I think I'll play this one first because it seems to be played a bit lower, and then it'll jolt up. And this one, it looks like it'll be able to be placed. Maybe not. I'll play this one first. I could wait on playing the wheat fields and then, like, check my assumptions. about seeing if they fit in or not. Yeah, I'll wait. Oh, verdure. Okay, I couldn't have played this anywhere over here. Minus 130. Wow. Okay, if there's any kind of strategy to like get the highest negative scoring building, it's, well, of course it's Guildhall, but like front runner or runner up is blossoming and then placing down verdure because of all the blooming trees. Yeah, all of the -5s. Okay. What could I play instead? I could fill out the rest of this area with parks as best I could. This space is no longer being used by a hermitage because I can't find the shrink boon anymore, so I can take the 28 points here, the 22 points here, and everything that I delete is points off of the hermitage, but it is points onto the monument as well. I'll need to keep that in mind. $12, not the greatest. That's because there's so many lumberjacks nearby. Can't play you. I can't play a park up here because it'll delete too many trees. I don't want that to happen. I could play you here and delete 1 tree. That's not bad. Could I play you here without deleting the tree somehow? Let's try this and move it over. Nope. That doesn't even fit to begin with. Okay, so 25 points as opposed to, no, 26 points. Do I have space here for a park? No. I don't have space up there either, unless I do some weird angles. I mean, that works. That deletes 2 trees. It's not worth it yet. We've got a park worth... What's the highest scoring park that I can make here? And then I'll check the residential district to see if there's a park that I can score higher over there. Got a 12 scoring park, 13 scoring park, 14. 14 is like our max, and it also deletes a tree, but like this realistically isn't going to be used by the hermitage. Or it's not going to be seen by the hermitage. I think I had the placement for one. We've got a second one now. One over here. Yeah, and this has too many of the lumberjacks beside it to be worthwhile. There's not even space for it along here, or it's difficult to place. Wow. I think I still am using the range up on this guy. It just increases the point gain. It increases the points on it by too much. Where would I place the second one? I mean, 60 is going to be my next best bet, unless I find some wall platforms. So I'm going to have to bite the bullet on my second hermitage not being as good as it could be. Verticality helps you until it doesn't, I guess. Okay, sawmills and lumberjacks don't go down. Verdure, I don't exactly have a good space for. Like, I could make points off of it, like 19 base ones, by playing it over here. Am I going to ever use parks along this area here to get some points? I mean, it's not bad. Does that mean that I put a verdure down to help them score? I don't think so. I think it's going to be worth too few. Yeah, especially with the 1 -5 there. So I think playing it up here just for like a basic amount of points is fine. Could also make some more trees out here. Let's see how much a lumberjack is worth out here. It's worth 13 at max. I'd put down like 5 trees, makes it 18. The ones out here, yeah, are worth like... They're worth more. They're worth more. And then they'll also be beside sawmills, which I can put more sawmills beside. Like a sawmill out here will only be worth 7 points from the first lumberjack. One being played here. Is there any space for sawmills? Hold on, hold on. Okay, like, I mean, that works, but it's not preferable. This also works, but it's starting at a -3. I've just taken up too much of the space with parks, I guess. Oh, I might have gotten rid of one of my monument spaces by filling out the area with parks. I can get rid of a blooming tree before I place the hermitage that has a greater range. That's fine. Could also look to fit it on this wall here, because I did last time. Yeah, for 121, and then one goes over on this side for a lot of points. Again, does it fit here? No. Doesn't fit there. Doesn't fit here anymore. Does it fit here? Really? Okay, yeah, it does. It does. And it doesn't look like it's in range of the other one. Okay, so if I have 2 monuments, I have space for both of them. I don't have space for a third, not yet. They do like being beside city centers, so like it's not the worst to put it. It's a backup position. Unless, what's the monument subtraction from each other? 100. Yeah, I can't put them beside each other. That doesn't work. I didn't get my second mansion. I still need 40 points before I get there. We were trying to put parks over there, but I feel like this area is full of parks now. Full of pilk. Nothing left for me to place. So the parks were going down over here instead. Okay, if I'm playing a park for 12 over here, the monument scales 8 off of each of them. I'm assuming to get 2, so then I'd be getting 16 points off of every park that stays in range. I guess, like, even if I wanted to play more parks to maximize the score of the monuments, it's still good to, but I'm going to run out of space eventually. Could get rid of a bunch of the plant matter to do so. Getting rid of a flower over here is not going to matter very much, but it could matter for the monument that gets placed here for it to be in range. 12, 13 points, but I'm deleting a tree. Again, that feels fine. It's effectively 21 if it's in the range of 1 monument. Got a second mansion, so now I can try bouncing it around up here. Seeing what the next mansion in the pool is. How did I have it set up? I did this before, and I was going to see if a mansion over here would be in range, and it isn't. How would I want to get this to be in range of the city center down below? Do I have another plateau? No, I do not. I just have a water platform, and while I could put one here to build like 1 or 2 mansions on it, I don't even know if they're in range of the city centers, and then it's a bunch of wasted space out below it, unless that would be where I'd like put a farm, like a section of huts. No, that doesn't work. You know, I could always make a water platform out here just for huts instead of for the market. A bit rough when I have 2 of them. The fountain is where I could bounce it to next, I think. 33 is a pretty good score. 36 is better. Take that. And then I can place some houses here to bounce it onto the wisp onto the houses instead. Now I want to make sure that the houses are in range of the city center as well. Where are they? Houses. I've got 2. And that's in range. That is not. I can play a fountain down here. I can play like 1 house up here, and then I call it a day in this section. I might have to use another tower to bounce the wisp out. Fountain. Fountain. And house gets played. Man, the wisp just makes it seem like it's worth so much more. Like, oh, a 19 house, that's all right. It used to be worth 14 points. Is there any way I get it close enough to the circus to get more points? No, no. Okay, now I've got a square house being played for 20 points. Is there going to be like anywhere that gets played for better? Up here, it's the same point total, as long as there's a wisp for it to bounce onto. Down here is actually just better than up there, which I could use a tower into mason into house to be able to pop it off onto something that like scores well, or I can start like snaking walls through my area to bounce the wisp from like wall to wall. Like 31 points to start out with a wall isn't that bad. I'd prefer to have it on this side though, so that I can start snaking in this direction. Hold on, there's a house location that I wanted right here as a square. Yeah, I'll play that for 28 points without getting a wisp onto it. If I wanted to, I could use the wisp to get onto that house, and then, what is it? I could use walls to start heading over there, and then the houses take a negative score when being placed beside a wall, but it still bounces the wisp onto it and gives it a slight extra. So I could start walling off around this section, like considering it a complete residential area. It's never able to bridge the gap into there. Or out of there, it looks like. No. Okay. I mean, 26 is a good starting spot. I would want the wisp to be over here, though. 26 is a good wall, not a good starting spot. This location here was, I think, the best that I've found so far. I just need to find a way that I can get the wisp to come along with me. I could play, like, an alright first wall of 20 to then get... but if I play this wall to, like, get it in a position that I like and also get an archway, there's no way that I can, like, make another branching archway off of it. At least I don't think there is. Hold on, is that wall sneaking in there? I mean, it's moving up a lot further than I'm expecting. I just wish it could suck back in again. Is it being placed on top of one of the, like, house's stairs currently? It looks like it. Okay, so let's say I play this first wall here. I think I need to angle it a bit. Come on, let me wiggle it in there. Okay, so if it's worth 31, I'm going to try placing this. I'll undo it if it's a bad wall. I would like to make an archway out of it. But it's not going to make it behind itself. I want it to make an archway like here, to be able to pull it in the other direction. Okay, so a wall here could pull the wisp out, so long as it hits a building like here. Maybe I can play another house or a mansion there to do so. Like this guy. It's only worth 12 points. It's not pinging the wisp off of it yet. I've got extra parks to do that for me. Thick park, probably still gonna get it done. We'll try. 17-point park, I'll eat that loss into a mansion that goes here. Oh, but if I do this, then I'm not able to test if it's, like, close enough to be picked up by the wall. I'm wondering how much a warehouse over here is worth. Nothing. The sawmills, yeah, it's just the sawmills that provide points. I forget that the lumberjacks don't. Which house is it currently on? It's currently on this one. So, like, the only way that it would get closer is... It wouldn't get any closer horizontally. It would just move vertically down. Does that help with getting it onto the wall? I mean, yes. I could even just have the wall be this far out first. Yeah, it looks like it would get picked up from there. I'm going to trust that it will. Where is my park again? Park. Okay. Wisp bounce 1 and wisp bounce 2. Into a wall that picks up the wisp. Into a wall that picks up the wisp, right? I need to stretch it a bit in that direction. That's rough. How far do I need to stretch it in that direction? Too far? How does that not reach right there? So we need to angle it this slightest amount. Then I might still be able to get an archway off. It's an alright wall for 28 points. And then we archway it. It's a 30-point wall with a promise of a lot more in the future. This is going to be worth 20 plus 5 for 42 points. This is going to be worth more. I guess I could have looked for spots for better walls. Oh, I can snake it through here. That's what'll happen. Because then I can go... I think there was a good wall location up here that I wanted to get eventually. Oh, a great wall location. And then I could play it along this edge, I believe. And that would be where it ends. Oh, it can play down even. Oh. That's a long time coming, though. I still... It sucks that it's only getting an extra 3 points off of this. I'd want it to be more. Let's see if there's, like, anything that I can do on this side that makes it feel better to play a wall here. So this is 39 points as opposed to... I think it's just a raw 30. So I get 9 more points going in this direction to start out. And then it doesn't like being around any of the sand pits or anything. And then I would have to wrap around these walls. 11 points. 23 is pretty good. 26 is better. And then I go through here doing a bit of a weird stretch. And then I can be up here, but then I don't get this. I think this is a good wall. It was an alright wall. If there's a way that I could get into and out of here, that would be great. Yeah, like this. Because then I hit the masons. Okay, I think I'm sneaking in this direction instead, because there's like one alright wall here, and then I guess this one is also good. Hold on, this costs 1 wall to get there. This costs like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to get here, and then I would need 6, 7. I'm gonna say there's 1 extra that I'm missing somewhere, so like 8 walls total to get over here. I've only got 5 right now. I'm not expecting to draw another 3. I'm gonna go low to be able to get here earlier. It's crazy what the walls do sometimes. This big old V. I'm not going to find it again. Oh, there. See, like that just looks wrong as a 1 wall placement. It looks fine as 2 walls, honestly. The first wall being placed here, the second wall being placed here. I could maybe undo this wall and look to make it a bit better. I said that I wasn't going to play for the micro, instantly plays for the micro. Can't help myself. It's the part of the game that I find fun. Well, a lot of the parts of the game I find fun and enjoyable. It's just one of. I'm almost thinking about not using the mansion to get it onto the wall. How else would I get the wall to have the wisp? So I want to get an extra 5 points per wall that I place. I could play a market to pick up the wisp from here, and then a warehouse next to that market, and then a wall afterwards. I would be losing some points because this guy, yeah, it loses 13 points for being placed after the market. What else could I do to pull it onto the wall? Look at the wall's scores again. House, hut. Likes being beside huts. I don't think there's a way that I can get it onto the hut, though. No, not without playing a city center, and a city center is not pulling it off the mansion. What about just placing a wall like this? That's worth 25 points, as opposed to the one where I tried, like, eking out 28. And then it's closer to where it needs to be. I mean, this is just better. Okay, so if I place this one, then I have a lot more range to play this one, and it's a much better wall. Yep. And then the next one that I play would be... I'd want it to be a bit closer to the plateau to pick up more points. Right? It doesn't like wrapping around plateaus. That sucks. Okay, so there's an option between a short distance and a long distance. I think I'm going with a short distance. I'm going to lock in that first wall, and I'm going to play here. And then this one, I'll try wrapping around as much as I can. It's only worth a base 14. 42 is fine, but then I have to find a way to get, like, the archway to create itself. And I guess I could go through... I do the V. I want to get the V wall to work. Just as, like, a for fun thing. It's not even, like, good points or anything. So I get 42. And I am happy with that. And then I create the V, and hopefully it does. Yeah, it works. It works. Well, okay, it's not the full V that was happening before. Like this one. Yeah, it's a bit too far away. Okay, so let me undo this wall and make it a bit longer. Like, if I make it as long as possible over here, is it going to pick up the V? No, it doesn't. Okay, but it does pick up this weird L shape. So I'll get the 42 points and move on. Before I do, even though I don't have all my city centers, it'll get an extra point for the hut. A 24 hut's fine. So I'm looking for 44 here. Yep. Like that. $42 is pretty good. 48's better. 51 is even better than that. Okay, wait. I don't think I've counted the wisp bounces for any of these walls. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I made a mistake. I've been too antsy to play all of my walls. This building pack is only going to give me 1 building, not 2. And it's a wall platform. Okay, that changes what I want to, like, plan or strategize around. It's either that I can put a lot more mansions on here, which I think, do I only have, like, 1 left? Do I have no mansions? If I have no mansions, the wall platform is being saved for, like, playing a market on top of right here or something. It'd be great if I could play it here. I think I've already tried before and it didn't work out. This is not going to work anymore because of the mill that I've played. If a market is good here, I could play a second wall platform up above, or I could use this wall platform over here for the hermitage. Like, I have one that extends its range down below and then one that doesn't up top. Let me try that out to see how much the hermitage is worth up top. It can't be played on it. It needs to be a green surface. Okay. Wait. Needs to be a green surface or rock. It's not allowed to be played on a wall platform specifically. It's weird that that's, like, its own surface in the game. Okay. I'm going to continue on my wall building adventures over here. Been liking it so far. Now, I could wrap around through here if it somehow connects. No. So I just have to commit to going in this direction. 42, pretty good wall. And then I can set up for this wall right here. How is it getting the most points before? I think it needs to be a bit further in. Yeah, like this. So I want this guy to extend as far up as it can. I'll take that 42 if I find it again. Okay, let me play from this side so I can see where the wall's actually being put down. So I'm finding the 42, but it's not bringing the top wall over enough. Like if I play this, I don't think I'm getting an archway, or I'm not getting it. I am getting one. Okay. So then where would I need to move it around to get the max score? It's 66 here. I think it's not getting better than that. Yeah, I'll take the 66. There it is. Okay. I kind of want to wait for another wall to be played along here before I take the wisp off, but I don't think that's possible. We get a second water platform. I would like to check to see if it's a square or a plus sign. It's another square. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, that means that we can play big buildings on it pretty easily. Now a circus. Where would I play my second circus? It would want to be near all of the houses, and I don't really have a space near them without also being beside mansions. And beside the other circus. Do I have to take a 27 on one of them? I don't want to. What about over here? The sand pit and the circus. It's such a weird like building combination to see, but it works. I could put down the tavern beforehand. Now, I could also get these in... No, I can't get it in range of the brewery. Not enough of them for it to matter. I think I'm just putting the two taverns beside each other. And I think that makes the circus that goes down here better, too. Let me see if there's a better spot for it anywhere by, like, a large margin of points. This is still in range of the other tavern, and it's 51. That's 48, not any better. What about under here? It fits, but it's in range of the other tavern. And this one doesn't have enough houses around it to be worth it. Okay, so one of my taverns just goes here. I kind of want to wait for a house to be able to bounce the wisp onto it. I don't have any yet. Do I play the city center now for the 46 points and then some of my huts to be able to get to the next building packs? Am I getting many more industrial buildings, ones that'll scale the warehouse? I'm not going to put down sawmills. Sand pits I don't think I'm seeing anymore. Masons, I might get one, but they interact like reciprocally. They'll give some back instead. A brewery I could put down closer. I think I've got a brewery somewhere in this hotbar. I've got two of them. Okay. Well, if I place one here, it's in range of the other. Oh, it can't go on stone. It can't go on stone. Oh, no. I can't place my breweries, like, anywhere. This works. It takes up a space that, like, I guess there's no better use for this space over here. Because I can't play one here either. And I've taken up too much space up top with all of my wheat fields. Oh wait, 29? I could play it down here instead. I think I'm going to do that. I don't need to use this greenery. I was thinking that I could use it for parks. I'll just play my parks by where the monuments will go. Does this interact with this one up here? It looks like it. Yeah, it does. Okay, so if I want to get an extra 11 points because my breweries are not going to be in, like, prime locations. Brewery, here. This is getting 29 if it's right in the corner. If I pull it out some, I'm going to try keeping it at 29. There's 29. And there's 23. Okay. And the future hop field that I'd want to place is not in range of any of these breweries. It would be here. So I'm fine with placing them early. The wheat field that I wanted to place, I was waiting for a second one to be able to, like, make sure that I'm getting the extra 5 points on the mill. Or both mills. I think I'm just going to play one here. And then I'll hope that the next one is good as well. We've still got another... Oh, it's not another 2 taverns. It's just that I wanted to pull something onto the tavern. And I'm playing buildings that I think aren't going to get wisps on them anymore. Lumberjack doesn't get placed yet. Hermitage, Do I wait on the Hermitage anymore? Or is it fine to send it for the points? Let me double check my boons. I remember there being a score multiplier for one of them, which could be my Hermitage up top here, which that's what I'd be... No, because I don't have a wall platform that fits it or is a good ground for it. And the one that's scoring a bunch needs the increase in area. Precious is probably going to be a fish kite here later on, because it can be placed literally anywhere and it's got a long range. If I had a terrace, that would be even better as a precious, but yeah, I have only seen one terrace so far. Warehouse is not something that I'm pinging the wisp onto. I can play it. I think here is like close enough to the other one where if I can get any market to hit one of them, it can probably hit both. Like the market here, and then a wall platform right above and a second market. It makes this one worth 119, and the second one is probably... Sorry, 116. This one is probably going to be like an extra 5 or so points off. Like I'm gonna miss a few more houses if I place it a bit higher, but it still hits both the warehouses. If I place a warehouse up here, it'll still hit both markets. Is that better than here? I mean, it's taking up less space, like less space that I want it to take up. I want to save this location for a circus. I want to save this for maybe something in the future. It just seems close enough to my residential buildings that something else will want to be there. Play a warehouse up top here then. And then the market. Does it go down yet? Are there any more residential buildings that I'm going to reasonably place within range before placing the market down? Does the market scale off the tavern here? Nope. House, mansion, city center. That was something. Wait, I think this was the location for the city center that I had picked out on this ridge. It was up here, actually, but this is something that I'm saving for my market. So this is where houses in the future go. I'm fine to play my mansion down here instead, or my warehouse down here instead. And I am finally going to place down the city center as well. 46 points. Yeah. Okay, if I place it in range of all of the huts that are going down, it's 6 per hut. That's an extra 78 points. So wherever I'm going to be playing these guys down, I want the city center to be in range, even if it's not getting a high base score. So like, let's say I do make a water platform just out here for them. They'd be getting 26 to 25 per building, 31 instead. If I place them on land, they take a really big hit to points. Oof. It's a water platform for huts. Call that poor city planning. Yeah, I'll place a water platform down for them. Where's the box that I want it to be? Let me just get an idea of how big this is. Okay. So it wants to be at least this high. This is where the bottom of the water platform has to be. And it doesn't want to be any higher than like here. Okay, so like this range. So it's going like right up against the wall. And then it can go really as far left as it wants to. And not too much further right. Okay. The city center, if I'm playing it out here, I would need to place it further out. And it needs to be on the water platform as well. That feels like it's a bit too far down. Like it's going to be out of range. We'll give it a try. I'm thinking right here makes the most sense. I'm going to test the huts here are in range of everything. They're in range of everything but one. I'd have to slide them up a full 2 huts worth of space. And then they can fill out everything left to right. Correct? Okay. In the city center, let's say I put it in that corner. That's too close. If I move it over here, it is out of range, but I can move the water platform up some, a full extra hut space before I run into problems. So let's try that. Let me get like a line on this. Okay, and then 1 hut worth of space would be... it's hard to do from this range. I'm thinking like that much. Okay, let's check it for huts. Should be 1 hut worth of space up and it'll hit a 26. It does. Okay, and then off to the right, it still hits all the 26s that it needs. And in all of the corners, it's still hitting max points. Now we just need a city center in the corner to be hitting 15. And it does, just barely. Okay. What an odd setup, honestly. The city center isn't scaling anything else, like the market or I think some of the towers. No. I'm fine to play it for huts specifically. Now huts aren't going to scale off of anything other than city centers, right? Yeah, so I just start sending them. They're never going to get any better than this. Another water platform. Let me check to see what that is. It's another square. Oh, lucky man. A mason. I did end up getting another one. Oh, wait, that means that I can pull the wisp off with a mason and then put it onto the warehouse and then put it onto the market and then maybe something else from there? Like a second market with a wall platform above it? I like that. I like that. Let's see if I get any further options after playing more huts. I want to play my 32.1s first. There we go. There's all the huts down. Imagine if I had all of the huts against here before I put the wall through and it gets like an extra 20 points because it's beside 10 of them. I guess most of the circle was in this. It wasn't a circle like on both sides. I think in the previous game, that's what it had, is there was a circle on one side of the wall that it would take and then a circle on the other side of the wall that it would take rather than a circle in the center of the wall. Okay, is this tavern any better down below now? Oh, that's interesting, because I've made some space out here in the middle of the water. I can get it beside... Oh, not all of the city centers. Just about all of them, but it doesn't have as much range as the huts. I can still get it to hit all of them but that one tavern in the middle. So because I've got like, yeah, 2 more of these to play. One of them goes down here, and then one of them goes down here. Okay, the circus, how much does it get for being beside a tavern? 10. If this tavern, it's 55 points. This one is 57, and I'm not going to find anything better because it's, yeah, it gets away from the city centers. So it's worth it to place 1 here and then a circus afterwards. And then it's not as worth it to play a 3rd tavern here. It's more worth it to play the 3rd tavern down here. Okay, I'm fine to play the tavern then. Wait, hold on. The travel boon. I'm interested to see if I need to, what is it, when I add it? If I just... Oh, it says complete this island. Wait. Does complete this island mean that it, like, moves me to the next one? Does it mean that it, like, puts that into my bar that I'm able to use whenever? I'll find out. But I'm going to do that at the end. It would be better if I knew, because then I could get the boon pack that's hiding behind it, or that I could take it early in the run, travel, and then just never use it. That'll be saved for the end. What's next? I just placed the second tavern down there, so the circus isn't getting any better. 37 is fine. Wish it wouldn't take as much of a subtraction from all of the mansions, but... Do I play a hermitage with an increased area down here yet? I could wait to see if I get any more parks. I could play like one more. Gets rid of a regular tree, that's fine then. Might stop the monument spot over here, because I thought that like I might have to move it out further to get the other monument over. Was it here? Here. No, the monument can be played anywhere here. I might want to play this one first though. Yeah, because its radius doesn't extend that far, but this radius over here seems like... No, both of them are safe from each other. Let's play that park then. For 13 points. There, let me double check that a monument fits. Yes. Gets rid of a tree, so we'll do the monuments after the hermitages. What do I take for points next? Verdure isn't going to be doing anything for me. It'll go down here. I should have placed this before the brewery, because now I don't have as much like green space to play off of. Same with the park. I could maybe get some trees around the brewery up here. Oh, because it's beside a shaman, it is getting some higher just like base points. Oh, okay. Could I put it beside this shaman then? Nope, because there's flowers on that side. $16 points, that's the best I've seen. $17 is the best I've seen. And I don't think I'm getting much better. 18. I'll take it. Okay, next up. I could play the next tavern over here. If I get any houses, I'm not going to care about the 2 extra points that it could give the tavern. The warehouse up here can now be played up top because I don't need to care about the city center going up here. The market that I'm playing can't fit here. The only place that it fits is here, and then a wall platform to make it... Right, there was like no spot here because of the mill. And there's no spot here because of the second warehouse. I mean, if I make this here, then a market could go here instead of a warehouse. Hold on. Let me try this line instead. So a wall platform, giving all of this space. Can it fit? No, because it runs into the tower. Just want it to be as close to all of the residences as possible. Just like this, and then I can put a market here instead. That's worth 76 as opposed to this. Yeah, it's probably worth more over here. There's more stacked mansions under there. Let me double check that. Wall platform like up top. And then a market on top of it. Only worth 42. Interesting. Maybe if I pull it more off to the left instead. Right there. Let me see if there's enough space underneath for a market. Yes, 100%. And then the one up top, worth 70. So I think this wall platform was still the best. Is there enough space for 2 markets? No. This has too many ridges for it to fit. A water platform might be another spot for a market. I could check for places out here. Where is it? Because I'm trying to find spots for 3 different markets. One is going to have to be a water platform. Is there enough space here for one? Hold on, hold on. There's not enough space for a water platform even. What about all the way out here? Does that like reduce its points by a lot? Full 30, but we have to take those. $82 is pretty fine. And that's not even in range of either of the warehouses, and it won't be in range of the warehouse. Okay, let's see what a market looks like with increased area, because this could be my highest scoring building instead if I do this. It's worth 159 here. It's worth 174 here. I think my hermitage is still worth more. This would be 194 with the warehouses in play. This would be 179 with the warehouses in play. And if I use the hermitage over here, yeah, 208, it's more. I still have a score multiplier for a building, so I shouldn't put down the warehouses yet, or the markets yet. I'm fine with leaving this water platform around though, just so that like I remind myself about it. Precious is still waiting to be used. Actually, I kind of want, I'm curious to see how much a fish kite is worth in different areas. So like here, it's 140 just because of all the residential buildings. Doesn't look like it's getting any better. And this, not worth as much. Like, I'm just assuming that there's so many trees that it would be more worthwhile, but I think there's also a lot of 15s hidden in here that it's taking. Yeah. I'm fine to place my warehouse. I should place my mason first. And I'm fine to play him for as many points as I can. Then he goes on the warehouse, and then the market takes him. Right. And then I play the wall platform in the position for the other market, and then the wisp can mitigate that loss. 25 points seems like the best. Yep. And then the warehouse here. And then the market will come next, but after I see what building this is. Another shaman. So we played them on that side now. This side would be the next best place for him. 49. Yeah, it's never going to be worth more on that side with all of the shamans there. So I would like to wait for the hermitage to go down so I can place it here, because it gets rid of a blooming tree here, but it's worth like 12 more points than anywhere else. So the shaman is locked behind the hermitage. The hermitage, why am I waiting on it again? Hold on, can I like, okay, a water platform makes it worth an extra 5. I don't think it's worth it to use a water platform here. It's probably better to use like a second water platform for a market. Yeah, over here. Getting 70 or so points compared to upping my highest scoring building by 5. And then I don't need to use a wall platform up here. What would I be using the wall platform then? How much do markets take as a hit from each other? 35. I think I am going to use the water or the wall platform up here. There's not like much better spots that I could use it in. If I got a green one, I could use it for my second hermitage, but market goes down. Wall platform next. It's so hard to get it to angle the way that you want it to be. Like this. There. No? Stay like that. Stay like that. just put it there. See if a market fits. Does. This is for 60 points instead? Okay, I think if that's 60 points, I could just play a water platform down here instead. The wall platform is better over here anyways. Let me double check this spot. Yeah, it is. Just 72 points. Which is better than a water platform here, and yeah, it's better than the water platform here, and it definitely doesn't overlap with this market location. So I can play this one. We get a singular mansion. Glad I didn't play around just one mansion. Where does it fit that makes sense? I really wanted it to fit down here as a second building, but wait, did it? Oh my god, it does. Okay, I'll take it. Don't want to fuss. Don't want it to just somehow not fit the next time I check. Where would I put other fountains then? I guess back here is 24, maybe? No, it doesn't pull in enough. There's a ridge here that it's not going to land on. 24 is on my next best bet. It's a bit rough. Guess I can wait. It's my last fountain. I don't need to wait. There's nothing that's going to scale its points. I just need to look for the best location and place it. That is a lot of points. If I'd known, I would have replaced one of my houses with it. I think those houses were scoring like 35s for mid-30s. Yep, 24 is the spot that I put it in. I have not been thinking about my guild hall at all. Like, nothing. Even that many hops fields, it's still worth it to play it up here. Wow. 77 somehow? 101? I mean, it's like on a random wall that isn't going to fit it, but... So I have the choice of putting it up here for 60 points, and I put buildings over here that, like, can, like, kind of fit? Or not kind of fit, but, like, they don't have a better location for. I don't think I have many more of those. Like, I'm not putting a tower up here. I'd rather be putting them down here instead. Yeah, a 93-point tower. That's what I'm used to seeing. But I guess you need this many buildings to make it work. You can only get this many buildings from just opening a lot of building packs. What's next? I kind of want to like stop thinking about the guild hall, so I need to put it... If I could find a way to make this work for 91 points, I would love to do that. But I'd need a wall platform for it. Okay, we'll see if we get a wall platform in time. The Hermitage I'm not waiting on anything for. I've used all of my parks. Let's use that increased area boon. Nothing else has proven to be better than this with the increased area. Wait, just so that I can see what it's worth. It's 230 up there, so like I'm not losing many points from being down below. A shaman hitting all of these bloomed trees would make... Is that 73 points? I mean, it doesn't have blocked rays. So like this guy here is making as many as an increased area shaman. A fish kite with increased area isn't going to do much more. Yeah, no, not much more. Sorry. I keep getting sidetracked. Hermitage for 208. Another mill. I don't think I have a good location for this. I mean, this side picks up all of the fields. It'd be more worth it to play it lower, but there's not a good location to make it get all of the fields without hitting that mill. Right? Yeah, it definitely isn't worth it to play it over here anymore. So 44 is the best that I get. Skinny Park. Can I fit this anywhere in here to get me more points? Don't want to place it down here for a monument. Don't want to place it down here because that's the monument space. Monuments don't care about the trees anymore, so I can place them in the more like high scoring but deletion heavy spots. How do I even tell where those are though? Such a mess over here, just a mess of green. 19 isn't bad, not great either, especially because it's probably only scoring on one monument. Oh, it doesn't fit here? Rough. Oh, because I think I have like a sideways park or something? No, I have this park right here. Ah, okay, that checks out. Looks like all of the good park spots are gone. I'm playing one for 19 over here. Okay, probably not going to get any more parks. I'm fine with playing my monument that's going to be my high scorer. If I use a score multiplier, this is, I think, my only one left. How much does that get this monument up to? 219. What about this guy? 206. 232. I could play this with a score multiplier to be my new highest scoring building. I think precious fish kite here, yeah, is not going to amount to that, but it is going to amount to a lot of points. So if this is my highest scoring building, I want to continue to try to place it last and get more parks around it. So I can play other buildings then instead. I had this market location prepared. I'm going to send it. Right? Right. The parks are only going to get worse from the lumberjacks and the sawmills. I could place them down now. Doesn't matter how many trees I delete. Feels freeing to like not have to worry about so many moving parts, that I just have to worry about the buildings in my inventory right now. I am feeling like I'm playing a lot sloppier though, a lot quicker, a lot like I'm not making the correct decisions, but I also wasn't making all of the correct decisions when I started this run either. If I place a lumberjack over here, it's out of the range of like where the sawmills want it to be, but 25 points is something that like I don't want to pass up. Because this sawmill at best is worth 7 points. I think there was like one location here that I got it without hitting the other sawmill. Yeah, like this. So it's worth 7 points, or it's worth, well, it can't get in range over here. It's worth 7 points over here, or 7 points on this side instead. I can't play anything over here. Is it better by the warehouses? It's worth 12. I mean, that's better. I'd play it over here if it fits. Oh, okay. I was thinking that it couldn't be played on the rocks, but it's just awkward. There's 12. I'm taking a 12-point sawmill. It makes the guild hall in this area better, right? But I needed a wall platform anyways to make it the best. We get another park, which is a good thing for our monument, which is going right here. Doesn't fit. Does, but I don't exactly want to play an 8-point park. We're no longer putting a monument here, so I could play this park instead. Is there anything up here that fits? 22. We'll play this one. Okay, okay. We've got a water platform to play, which could give us a location for a guild hall out on the water somewhere, somehow. 62 is better than where I've seen it before. Doesn't get any better than that. I could maybe... No. 74. 74 is the best that I've seen. I can play a water platform out here to play it. Over here is not exactly another posset. It's close. It's 64. Not as much. What about over here? $62, so we're taking a slight loss. Over here, too many mansions to be able to get close. Over here, 64. That's actually the best so far. And up here, there's like a weird spot that I saw to get, yeah, a lot. There's a 64. And this might be in range of a fish kite in the future. So I'll save my guild hall to be here. My precious fish kite might go around here, and then my next fish kite could go here to be out of range of it, but still get 80 points. Where's like my best one? It's right here centrally for 90. If I'm getting 75 on one of them, and then 80 on the other, plus 12 points from it being close to the guild hall, I'm completely content with that. So I think what happens is I play my precious fish kite, and then I use a guild hall to pull the wisp from the market onto the fish kite, and then from the fish kite onto the guild hall. If the guild hall is going down here, then I can play a sawmill around it for 12 points, because over in the other location, the best that I found was... the best that I found was 7 beside one of the lumberjacks. Here it's worth 4 instead of 12 if I found another location, yeah, like this around. Oh, if I put it here, do I think the guild hall is in range? Looking for the 60-point location. It has to be moved up some. 64. It looks like it's in range, honestly. You can do that. This is too far over, yeah. So the sawmill's actually worth 24 points, which, as far as sawmills go, it isn't half bad. This should be 76 now. Yep. Okay. It's going to be a bit more with the fish kite, and I could put a shaman here for 18, effectively 30 points, or I could put it over here for, I think there was like a 41-point position. But I deleted one of the trees, so it's going to be worth slightly less now. Place it here before I forget about it. Now I've still got 2 towers to place. Hold on, the score multiplier. Which building am I using the score multiplier for? I might have made a mistake and used like my markets before I found a good building that I could use the score multiplier on. I'm trying to remember recently, have I played anything? No, I'm using it on the monument. I'm using it on the monument. Precious is for the fish kite. I've got both of those locked down. Okay. So I can place some towers now instead. Or not instead, but like to get me to the next building pack. See if there's one other building that interacts with the guild hall or anything. That's out of range. So I can play you for as many points as I can find. 93 is the best. 94 is the best. Then you are being played for 50 within range. 60 if you're right beside. 70 if you're over here, which is the best so far. And there's nothing over here that makes you play for any more. Okay, 70 it is. Or... yeah, not going to overthink it. It's 70 points. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this around for another score loop, which does reduce my end score by a lot. Like however many bonuses I would get. Ooh, okay. This is taking up space from the guild hall, so I don't want to put it right beside the market as much as it gives the extra 7 points. Oh, it takes a minus from the warehouse if it gets even closer. Can I put it on this side to make it more worthwhile? 36 points instead. Can I put it down here? I mean, I can, but it's in range of both the warehouses. Is the guild hall here in range of one of the warehouses? No, it is not. So if I play it up top, it's getting an extra 12 points. I just need it to have the space to do so. So you take up less space when you're facing this direction. And you're right around here. Okay. Warehouse gets placed here for 45. And I'm not going to be getting it close enough to the market, so I can just take the 45 points and be happy. Okay, now next up, the hermitage. Oh, ooh, hold on. Let me back up that warehouse. This guy is worth a lot more points than I was expecting over here. Probably because of the brewery and then all of the fields that I have up top. Oh, it's worth 100 or so up here. If I had a wall platform, I could put it off the top of the volcano. But if this guy is worth like 70, I think the other location I had like a 60-point hermitage. I could have this be beside the guild hall instead. Hopefully this goes down first. If I can fit it again. Let me zoom in. So it doesn't fit very far in that way. It doesn't fit very far in that way either. If this fits alongside the guild hall, I'll play it. If it doesn't, I won't. I don't think there's a location on these guys that it fits. I mean, yes, it does, technically, but that's 10 points. That's not happening. You are too small of a space, although I would like to play it on you. The last water platform is not green, so I can't play it anywhere there. Okay, it's not too much of a loss if I play it for 65 instead. I'll play it over here because the warehouse isn't going to have a better location. And there's no way I get it out of the range of the sawmill, right? No. 65 is what I'm taking. And then the warehouse over here goes down. Then I'm playing the fish kite with Precious into the guild hall. Because I want my Precious one to be the side that has more buildings in it. Yeah, 182 as opposed to... I mean, this can do the same. No, this can be where my other fish kite goes. So I get like... Hold on. 188, 189, 206, 223. Is this my new highest scoring building? Might be. So 226. I'll lock it in there. And then this fish kite beside the guild hall will get 70 points. I originally had planned for like 90 over here, 80 over there. So if I get a Precious fish kite that gets more points, I'm fine with it. If this is worth 90 over here, is that better than the... Oh, there's 100? There's 100 location right here. Okay, no, that's right beside the guild hall. That's perfect. Another wall platform. But now I've already committed to like this area being the spot for my guild hall, so it doesn't matter. Let me just make sure that like this is the spot that I could get it into. It's 88 at max, which is 100 then instead. if I place it on a wall platform anywhere, I could get near 100 right here. There's a spot that gave it to me. Well, if I move it even further off to the right, it's 110. If I can get it over top of this sawmill, maybe it's worth more there. So here's a wall platform. 102, that's already better than before. 122, if I move it down away from one hop field. 132. I'm not getting a better guild hall. Well, I could maybe somewhere else. I'll double check, but that's looking pretty good. If I move the fish kite over here, it's worth 85 instead of the, I think there's a spot that I found 100. If I can find one more building that it hits to get points, then I'd do it. But the fish kite is in front of the tower and in front of, I'm not going to be able to reach this tower. Wait, was that 90? That's 90 and it's possibly in range of the guild hall. How far up am I able to go? A lot further than I was expecting. If I move further off to the right, can I move up even more to hit anything else? No. Okay. So it's a fish kite right around here in range of the guild hall. I'm pulling the trigger on the monument last. Let me just check to see if the guild hall has any better like wall platform spots. Here's not any better. Here definitely isn't. Can't get a wall platform to fit here. Yeah. It's the only position around a majority of my buildings that I'll be able to hit with it. I need to find another hops field. 132 was the max that I said before. Moving off to the right, yeah, it just gets more buildings that I don't want into play. Moving off to the left just removes some of them that I do. 132. Come on. There. Man, it looks so lonely up there all by itself, especially with the rest of the island being built like this. Wait. That was 132 before my fish kite. I need to put a fish kite down so that it gets the extra 12 points from it. That was almost a mistake. Extra 12 points lost. Was it 122 that I hit before? I feel like I should be looking for 140 as a number. Yeah, 144. There it is. Okay, what's my last building? Another park for the monument? Where am I supposed to put the sandpit? Well, I mean, it's completely free over here. What an odd time to get another sandpit. Now this is a lonely building. Okay. Water platform beside some trees for some points. And then the score multiplied monument to finish it off. 244, still a bit more than the precious fish kite. 257. Ooh, better. There's no way that it fits in here, right? No, there's too many parks there. So it's not the best here. It's better over here. There's no location down here until it gets to the edge, and that's too far away. So 257. And what's the last building? Another mansion. 14 points. Oh, there's like a spot down here, which I think is, yeah, now been covered up by a wall where I might have been able to sneak a mansion into play for a lot of points. Oh, if I can get it close enough to the wall platform. 18 as the best. Not any better there. Oh, 20. What about locking it around? No, it doesn't lock around the fountain. We'll do that. Okay. Um, Retrospection. I think I did enough through the level. I don't need to hound on it. The terrace here, very poor play. I could have been using my pyres as a way to get the extra points. I think I was playing too much for them. I've realized that they're not as many points as I want them to be each. And the terrace, if I've got more masons and more city centers down already, it shoots up in points. I'm very sad that I only got one of them. I was hoping to get a second one at some point, especially to play more mansions over here on top of. I'm not assuming to get only one terrace per round. That's like saying I'm only going to get one wall platform per round. Maybe they're more rare, and I've just been lucking into like 2 or 3 on a run. I might have also taken some add terrace boons to get me to those numbers, but I can't fully remember. The original, like, oh, I'm gonna pass my wisp off onto the sand pits, I feel like was fine. It put a brickyard or like sand pit or two in a few odd locations, and I was feeling like I was supposed to get more to fill up more of the space, but it might also not think that like it should give me more than one island sand's worth of sand pits. Or maybe this was a lot of sand for a level compared to like the last one where I had absolutely nothing. Um, I think I was fine to bounce the wisps onto them early, especially getting the masons earlier because there's no seaweed farms, there's no water buildings, which speeds your building like pick choice up by 1 or maybe 2. I can't remember how many water buildings specifically it would be, or how many buildings are not in the pool because I'm on lava. Anyways, I didn't build for circuses. I honestly don't think I should. They are like, I'm fine to place them as an afterthought. I like hitting my 30 or 40 point houses and then placing these guys down as 30 or 40 point buildings maybe afterwards. The warehouses felt lackluster. I honestly don't know why that is, since they feel like they're both beside so many of the sand pits, the masons, and the brickyards. Maybe these guys just don't reach the last 2 sand pits down here. Because, like, my first island that I played in this run had an 80 point warehouse. Maybe I just had a lot of masons, or it was also beside the statue and it's worth a lot of points. But these ones being worth like 50 to 60 feels off to me. And I don't know if it's because I'm misplaying. The taverns being an afterthought, kind of fine. I want to build around houses to make sure that they're worth 40 or 50. The city centers on the edge here was a fine choice. I just did not put the plateaus where I needed them to be. I needed a water platform here. I lost out on a lot of points because I didn't have houses hitting 2 city centers, and I had houses instead hitting, I guess the 4 masons accounts to 8 points. These account to 12, but this section right here felt like I was playing houses for too few points. Like the wisp was the thing that was carrying me through, which now that I'm looking at it, 86 bounces. That's what, 400 and... Is it 430 points? Let me actually open up a calculator real quick because I don't trust my math. It's a bit too late. Yeah, 430 points. That, it helped me condense my buildings early, but it never got to a point where I was able to use the wisp. Like, it mitigated some losses on the masons as well, but because I was always playing over here with the blossom, that was the biggest like boon of this run for sure. Being able to play 50 point parks to get from building pack to building pack, because I never got my 2 city centers off with a bunch of houses. The warehouse had the wisp stuck here for a bit. I don't think I profited from it as much as I should have been. The rest of the buildings, though, I felt like I did fine with. I'm very happy with how the aviary turned out, and I think I did my best with mansions and wall platforms. I don't think I should have put all of my buildings on like this wall and like made a 3 stack of mansions. We can see that there's 1, maybe like full plateaus worth of space, a wall platform's worth of space, 3 extra mansions down here to create like, so 1 building worth, 2 building, 3, 4 wall platforms worth of mansions. And I only had space for 3 of them here, like 1 on the base floor, then a wall platform, play mansions, wall platform, play mansions. And then also keeps my houses and my mansions too far apart where the markets wouldn't have been doing as well, or at least I don't think they would have been. And then my city centers, well, I don't know about these city centers because I placed them down thinking that I like would build around them eventually, and I think if I didn't play as many mansions around them and I stuck all of them over here in this corner, some houses could be put here instead. like, while this looks nice enough that like, oh, I filled out the plateau perfectly with houses, the ones out here aren't getting the 2 city centers worth of points. And like that was what my entire build was last time, and what I was hoping to get again. I built too far out to the left and right of these 2 city centers. I didn't build in like a circle around them, which all came because the terrace is too far out on the water here, and I couldn't put a plateau close enough to like reasonably say that yes, I want to put a plateau on this side. It was better to flank it. Um, the wheat fields, I think. Okay, so wheat fields are worth like 40 points each at the end. Um, I'm wondering like what the optimal strategy for wheat fields and mills is. I don't know if it's to wait for 2 mills and then play a bunch of wheat fields around them, because then you have the same like seaweed field farm problem that I normally do of like I'm not using them for points. I'm just waiting for another mill before I'm allowed to like fill up the space with them. I wonder how many extra points it does also give me for putting a bunch of mills beside each other. Like say I put 2 mills here right from the get-go. Um, if I play one afterwards that isn't in range of this guy and it picks up all of the fields, then it's going to be worth 4 for every field compared to being 5 for having a wheat field put down beside it. I think if I'm given 2 mills at the very beginning, then I can put 2 of them down beside each other and just like rake in the points from the early wheat fields. And then later ones I will place on the fringes like this to collect as many points as possible. Because by the time you place like your 15th wheat field, you just need to have your wheat fields congregated together, and then you're getting 40 points. The last 5 on each of the mills don't matter. It's better to, well, I shouldn't be saying that. Like in a perfect world, I think it's 2 mills here beside the statue. You start filling up a bunch of wheat fields around like one of the corners here, and then when you get more mills, you place them over here. You have a skinny line connecting the 2 of them, and then you start building another like wheat field heavy section beside your 2 mills. I just don't have that kind of space to work with. Um, The breweries I messed up on. If I didn't place this wheat field, I'd be able to place one more brewery up here. I didn't get the last hop field that I was expecting. That's fine. I just forgot that they had to go on green or sand and thought that they could be placed on the rock here. Or, like, I just wasn't even thinking about getting multiple breweries, which I should be. I'm fine not putting the breweries beside the tavern. Sure, there's like 3 of them. That is a loss of 60 points per tavern. That's a lot. But if I put the breweries away from the hop field, they're losing more than 20 points if I do that. And like, there was no way that I could get these hop fields to be close enough to my houses. If the breweries were here, if this was a green patch, I could have realistically put them down here and then gotten taverns that was in range of everything, but it just didn't happen on this run. It wasn't meant to be, and that's not on me. So big takeaways: Blossom insane with the verdure area. I should take, like, if I see Blossom, I should almost always take Blossom. The parks giving me that many points in the mid game was astronomical to my success. Hermitages need to be played on grass. Same with breweries. Pyres, I need to be like, they are a mid-game building. I don't need to wait until late. I think after I put down the 2 city centers here and I put 1 here, I should have immediately committed the 4th one and then looked for my pyres to like capitalize on it before I play too many buildings and then they get like muddied by having like, yeah, a plateau here and then a mansion pretty high up. Maybe a pyre doesn't have that sight line anymore. Hmm. Towers felt fine. Fish kites felt fine. Fish kites felt great, actually. This mill was an oddity, but I still liked it for getting it off of the warehouse. That was the best play that I could have made. I was really hoping for a mason to make it easier, but hey, if it works, it works. Nothing else for me to say about this level. Last thing, let's see if there's any boons. Like, yeah, I already made this decision of not taking bargain so I could wait on travel. I'm gonna see if it instantly moves me there or if it puts it into my boon hotbar. No, puts it to my boon hotbar. Okay. And we get a sealed boon or a level up. Oh. I don't want to take the level up. I want to save that and hopefully see it next run as like my first or second boon, so that I can use that for the city centers like I wanted. So it's just a sealed boon, which isn't much lost, honestly. Very happy to see a sealed boon as the one that was hidden at the end. Nice to know that I can take travel like that though. Um. Oh, it just expunges. Oh, because it would finish like this meter here. Got it. Got it.